Hey. Hi, everyone. Welcome, everyone, to the remix. Oh, you know what? I think I'm going to try the podium because this is going out a little bit. Is this better? That's better. Okay, perfect. So, obviously, I want to start off by welcoming everyone to Remix Conf. This is really exciting. This is the first conference that is being ran by the folks at Remix. So, I think we all should give the Remix team a round of applause to start off. Yeah! Now, before we get into the event, I want to go through some housekeeping, but before we do that, it's with a heavy heart that I talk about this subject. I'm sure most of you have heard about what happened in Texas at the most recent mass shooting. I think it's appropriate that we keep in mind the victims and their families. It's not the first time, and it probably won't be the last, but I think it's still appropriate to acknowledge what happened. So it would be great if we could all just give a moment of silence for the victims and their families, and just keep them on our thoughts. So let's do that now. It's tough to see this happen all the time, so I appreciate you all doing that. And a moment of silence may not seem like much, but it is important that we acknowledge what happened, and I hope that we can all find ways to support the victims thereafter. Try to find ways to take action to help fix this problem that is plaguing our nation, unfortunately. So, I'm sorry that I had to take a serious note, but let's jump back into the conference. There are, like I said, some housekeeping things that we have to go through. So, as you can see on the slide, some of these things have kind of happened already. Breakfast has happened already. Hopefully most of you have registered already, I hope so, if you're here. But one of the things I wanted to talk about is, if you look on the top right-hand side, there are some, as you can see, there are images for contact comfort level and pronouns. These are stickers that you can find from the registration desk if you need, basically as a sign to tell people if you feel what level of contact you feel comfortable with, and also let people know your pronouns as well. So that's the first reminder that I wanted to go through. Also, these, you may have found these, and you should have, I should say, you should have found these inside of your book bag that you were given during registration. These have your lunch money in them, so don't throw them away. Make sure to keep track of those. These are what you're gonna use for lunch later. And here's how that works. So on the envelope, as you can see in the image over here, there is a QR code that if you scan that, that'll take you to the Discord channel for the Remix conference. And there is a channel called, I wanna make sure I get this right. There's a channel called Conf Food, I think. It's something with food and conference in it, so you'll be able to figure it out. But anyway, there you'll see a list of different restaurants that are local, and you can meet up with people at the conference to go with other people to these spots to get lunch. So just keep that in mind. That's how lunch is gonna work today. And then also you'll see there are t-shirts, people wearing these really cool t-shirts, which you, again, should have gotten in your book bag that you were given at registration. What we want to do at lunchtime is take a photo with everyone in their t-shirts. We want to see a sea of these different colors. So keep that in mind. We want to take a group photo with everyone here wearing their conference t-shirts around lunchtime. So maybe around lunch, you'll want to grab your t-shirt if you don't have it already so we can get that photo done. So that's that. I numbered the reminder so I didn't forget. So that's reminder number 3. And then next is we have this hashtag RemixConf. So obviously you're gonna see people's talks and you're gonna enjoy them, you're gonna take pictures with people. So feel free to use this hashtag, especially on Twitter. I'm sure that speakers will enjoy seeing you talk about their talks and all that kind of good stuff on Twitter and sharing pictures with people. So make sure to use that hashtag so we can all find, everything you have to share in one space. And then next we have our code of conduct. All of you should have gone through this before you got here, hopefully. If you didn't, it's here. There's also a monitor outside that has the code of conduct as well. Basically, to sum it up, be nice to everyone, treat others the way you want to be treated. If you feel like anyone has violated the code of conduct, either to you or someone else, there are conference staff members who have black t-shirts on with the Remix logo on them, find them and let them know. Okay, and then on the right side of the slide, you'll see that there's lots of fun stuff going on here. There's the after party, there's the live recording of the JavaScript party podcast episode. There's gonna be activities tomorrow, tons of fun stuff going on. We want everyone to thoroughly enjoy themselves, so take a look at that. I'm not gonna run through everything because there's a lot of stuff going on, but there's information in Discord, and there's also more information on the sides as well, which again, are also on a monitor outside if you miss any of this. So, before we jump into really starting off the conference, let's just, I wanna take a moment to thank our sponsors. There are a lot of them who helped make this event possible. Of course, we thanked the Remix team earlier, but we also wanna thank our sponsors, so can we get a round of applause for our sponsors who made this possible? Yeah. So yeah, once again, thanks to our sponsors, thanks to the Remix team, thanks to our speakers. But I don't want to delay the conference anymore. I'm going to invite our keynote speaker here, who's going to kick off the conference. That is going to be Michael Jackson, who has a really cool name, and he's one of the he's the CEO, the CEO of Remix, and one of the co-founders as well. So we want to invite him up so he can kind of introduce and kick off the conference for us.
Is my mic on? Yes, it is. Amazing. I cannot tell you just on the conference, seeing, this little thing that was like this idea, this little seed that kind of sprouted, and I was like, I wonder if anybody else should be interested in this. And then, like 2 years. You want me to use this guy? All right, use this guy. Just seeing this little, idea sprout into something rad, into something amazing. I hope you don't mind that I use the word rad. We're kind of obsessed with the 90s. We were listening to Ricky Martin 5 minutes ago, so I don't know if anybody noticed that. I was sitting next to Chance, and we were listening to Ricky Martin, and I thought, I just want to capture this moment in time right here. So welcome to Remix Conf. Where we do things a little old school sometimes, but I think that's probably why you're all here, because you like it, and so do we. Real quick announcement about actually Remix Conf next year. This is what happens when you hire Kent to run user experience. He's like, he is the most on top of it person of all time. We already got the ball rolling on Remix Conf 2023. If you're interested, we actually have a couple of sponsors signed up already, so thank you. That's amazing. But yeah, we're going to be doing that. I think we're also selling tickets for that, and they're at a huge discount right now. So go and check that out. We're going to be holding it the whole month of May, the whole month. Remix Conf is just going to go for all month. We're just claiming it. So I want to talk a little bit about kind of this crazy journey that we've been on. We open sourced in November, and here we are in May. We've got a conference, well over 250 people. Well over 300 people at the conference. Sponsors. Over 30 sponsors for the conference. We've got thousands of people in Discord, thousands of people attending meetups all over the world. The meetups are being locally organized and run. So I know a lot of people kind of traveled a long ways to be here. Remix, we're bringing Remix to you in your local meetups, so get involved there. And the company's growing, right? We're up to 9 people now in the company. And it's been amazing to see. And this isn't even talking about custom stacks, extensions, integrations that people are building. It seems like every day now there's some new stack that's coming out or some new integration, and it's incredible to see the enthusiasm and the energy around it. I was talking about this the other day on Twitter. I was like, it seems like it's growing. What have we created? What have we made? And Ryan responded with this this little GIF. Because it used to be just Ryan and I, like, rowing in this little canoe, you know, just kind of going along. And this is kind of what it feels like sometimes, is we're like, wow, you know, this is what happens, I think, when you plant good seeds, and then bright, intelligent, engaged people show up. And if you provide, like, the right foundation, people can extend it, and people can use it, and people can, you know, people are deploying it in places that we never really imagined, or that we don't even have official support for, and yet they're taking it and they're deploying it. People are, you know, building in integrations and things that we'd never even really imagined. So I want you to ask yourself, you know, a little bit, maybe why you're here, right? Like, what attracted you to Remix? What are you looking to get out of it? Some of you might say, you know, it's about the progressive enhancement story. Progressive enhancement is an incredibly important technique. It's crucial to building good experiences on the web. And this was honestly a huge reason for building Remix. Is, you know, we didn't hear a lot of people talking about progressive enhancement in the React space when we started building Remix. They were definitely talking about it in the broader web community, but we didn't hear a lot of people talking about it in the React space. It's great to see people talking about it again. I love this tweet. You know, he's like, this is somebody who's new to web development. He's you know, relatively new. He's like, you know, I just used Remix, and it was the first time I didn't write event.prevent default, you know, as the first thing when I submitted a form, right? So who's had this experience, right? Yeah, that's kind of how you learned how to do it, right? Like, that's how we've been taught how to do it. And when you think about it, prevent default is coming right out of the gate and saying, don't do what the browser would do. Do something else, right? It's like immediately you're like planting this flag and saying, like, no, I'm not going to do the default behavior. That's something that we do in Remix, is we embrace the platform. It's kind of a trite saying, but we use the platform like a lot. Like, we deeply integrate with the platform. And we, you know, use event.prevent default if you want. Don't use it if you don't need it. Some of you might actually just be here for the speed, for the numbers, right? You know, when we write articles about Remix, you know, we're going to hear from Henri later during webpagetest.org. You know, when we look at Remix, like, we obsess over the network tab. We absolutely do. You know, we pop open a new website, we'll pop open the network tab, we'll see what's going on, because that's where great performance starts. Great performance starts by looking at those kinds of things. From very early on, we had tests that were actually testing the network tab. We were using, what was that thing called? Puppeteer. I think we're using Playwright these days. But anyway, we had tests that are actually like looking at the network requests that happen when you click on different routes. Because great performance just falls out if you take care of that stuff, right? So some of you might actually just be here for the performance. I want to talk a little bit about but you know, like regardless of why you're here, we're just so glad that you're here, and we're just so stoked that you're here. We want this conference to be a conference about web development. Okay, yeah, it's about Remix, and Remix is cool, and Remix is a tool, and Remix will help you build a great web experience. But I want to hear from, and we're going to hear from, people who are working on all sorts of different things. People who are talking about migrating to Remix. People who are talking about testing and performance, and, you know, the abstractions that we've built, and it's just about building great experiences on the web. So let's recap a little bit, kind of where we've been. So I dug all the way back in the Git history. This is the first commit I could find in July of 2020. Back in 2020, Ryan and I we were running a training business, and then something weird happened. There was this pandemic, this global pandemic, and it made it difficult to do things like what we're doing today, right? Getting people together in a room. Our training business really suffered, and we looked around and we were like, you know, we built this React router thing. Like, I'm pretty sure people like that. People use that. We should build a framework for it. because we didn't hear people talking about, progressive enhancement. We didn't hear people talking about web standards a lot in the React space. We didn't hear people talking about nested routing, though I hear that has actually changed recently. Some more people are talking about nested routing. So, but we didn't hear people talking about it, and we were like, why not? Like, that's rad. People should be talking about that. People should be, building great experiences with it. And so we worked for a long, long time, and it was really just, like, this isn't that actual first commit. Ryan and I think, both had code on our machines where we were like, this is what Remix is. No, I think this is what Remix is. And we kind of have different areas of focus. But we came together in July, and we're just like, no, we got to do this together. And so we just paired on it. So all the initial commits that look like they're me is actually just both of us pairing on Remix at the very, very beginning. And so we worked that way for like over a year, like well over a year. And we kept thinking like, oh, we're going to ship it any day now. It'll be great. We'll ship it any day now. And then it kept going, and it kept going. And we got to like last fall, basically, and we're like, okay, I think it's finally ready. And then I was like, wait. React Router has been in beta for like a year. We should ship that first. So we shipped React Router v6 in November 2021, last year. And we kind of saw this like this crazy spike happen when we shipped v6. V6 actually brings a lot of really, really cool stuff. It brings relative routing, so you can like build tiny apps and you can stitch them together. Everything's relative routes and links. Took a while actually to figure that out. It also it has some really powerful features like automatic route ranking. It's all designed to like make it easier for you to build a bug-free routing experience. So we shipped v6, and we still estimate that today, if you're building a web app in React, 70% of the time you're using React Router, or its sister project, Reach Router. Okay, so then once we did that, we're like, okay, we're done. Let's go and let's ship Remix. So we shipped Remix also last November. It was kind of a crazy month. Since then, we've actually done a whole lot with it. We've deployed it on lots of different platforms. So Cloudflare has been one that we've deployed on. From the beginning, one of our goals with Remix was, we saw like this world where Node wasn't just the only thing, right? Node is absolutely awesome, and it's cool, and it's been around for a long time. But as we look forward, there are a lot of cloud companies that are building JavaScript runtimes, and it's not actually Node. All right, we've got Cloudflare Workers is a one that's super awesome. We're going to hear from Ryan Dahl later today about deno, which is another one that's super rad. We actually just shipped support for deno. We've had experimental support for a while, but just like nailed it down in this last week. So yeah, shipping support for multiple runtimes. We shipped something called stacks because as Ryan said it, he's like, I feel like I'm giving people a basketball and telling them to go and do like a Michael Jordan slam dunk with it. There's like a lot of stuff that it takes to actually like ship a real web app, right? Remix is just a piece of it. You also need somewhere to host it. You also need a CDN. You also probably want to lint it and test it and get Cypress in there and do all the kind of other stuff. So Kent really championed that kind of and kind of brought that across the finish line. We shipped stacks, and the whole idea with stacks is, look, here's a couple of like sample stacks, but the big idea here is that you've got a company where you work, where you all have your opinions, and you've got your infrastructure, and you've got maybe a contract with AWS, or maybe you all really, really like to use Jest, or whatever thing that you like to do in your company. Build a stack for your company and say, hey, if we're working on a new app, we're going to bootstrap it using, the PayPal stack or wherever you happen to work. So this is, again, like part of that, just kind of laying the foundations trying to make it so that you can extend it to do what you need to do with it. We're not going to dictate everything that you need to do with it. Again, yeah, v1.5, which we just shipped last week, gives official deno support, so again, multiple runtimes. Something else that we've shipped that, I don't know, like we've heard some people talking about this, but we haven't been actually too noisy about it, but we actually shipped a really cool like bridge for all of your v4, v5 apps. Has anybody actually used the migration? Yeah, the migration guide forward for React Router. Yeah, so we had a tough time with v4. When we released v4, it was like a vastly different API from what had come prior, and we absolutely did not want to do that again. So v4 was actually stable. v4 and 5 were stable for like, I think 4 or 5 years, honestly. And we have a great story for migrating forward to v6. And some people are using it and they're having success with it. But this is basically an incremental migration guide for if you're on v4 or 5 and you want to get to v6, which we hope you do because there's a lot of rad stuff. We're shipping even more rad stuff very soon. The path forward has never been easier. So we care about backwards compat. The other thing that we're doing is we're remixing React Router. So we've developed a lot of cool stuff in Remix itself. A lot of the cool data abstractions for data both for reads and writes, right? Data loading and data mutations. And we're bringing all of that stuff into React Router. I believe that this will be the best way to take advantage of React suspense. React suspense is actually a fairly low-level tool. It's just like, here, put this boundary in, and you can throw a fallback on your suspense element, and good luck, right? It's what we need. It's good to have that low-level tool, but you need an abstraction around it, right? Otherwise, all you do is you take the waterfall with you wherever you go. You take the data fetch waterfall to the client, you take the data fetch waterfall to the server, if you're just using raw suspense. But if you have a tool that actually knows, like React Router, that knows about, okay, no, these are the routes that are on the page, here's the data that I actually need to fetch, I'm going to go and fetch it all up ahead of time so that I can actually avoid that waterfall. That's when suspense, I think, really, really shines. We're pretty confident that React Router v6, with the data loading hooks and mutations that we're bringing in from Remix, is going to be the best way to use to take advantage of React 18 suspense. Also, one thing I want to point out is we are shipping this today on stable APIs, right? We are not waiting for some future version of React, that includes React server components to ship this, right? We are shipping this on APIs that work today, which I think you can feel good about if you care about not shipping beta software to your customers. Of course, the people here probably don't care about that because you all used React Router when it was in beta and you don't care about that. But I think it's pretty important, right? And it's an important distinction. We don't want to sell you something that's like, oh yeah, this will be stable at some point in the future, right? We're very pragmatic about this. We want to ship stuff that works today. I really don't want to take a ton of time with the talk. We have so many amazing people that are here to talk to us today, but I did want to kind of leave you with just one sort of thought for the rest of today as you're listening to all these talks and you're listening to all these people. And it's a thought that we have talked a lot about. I heard Kent and Ryan talking a lot about it in the workshop yesterday, at Reactathon when they were talking a couple weeks ago. And it's this thought about, the word that we've been using is levers. This idea that, the framework that you use should give you tools to kind of be flexible. Let me tell you the the first time this idea kind of occurred to me, and to just try and kind of illustrate this point. So back in 2011, I worked at Twitter. Twitter, as you know, tweets, right? Tweet Factory is what we called it. And in 2010, there was a Hack Week project at Twitter. This was like Jamstack before the Jamstack, right? Basically, the idea was, what if we could completely rebuild Twitter just using like JSON APIs and a lot of JavaScript on the front end and a bunch of mustache templates, and we'll build it as like this, this dynamic app, and that'll be a lot more, the transitions will be quicker, and it'll be a purely client-side app. This is ancient history now, but they actually built it and they shipped it in 2010. They called it New Twitter. Does anybody remember that app, the New Twitter app? A couple people? Yeah. It was like this big client-heavy app. And for those of us who worked and lived in, California, on our laptops, on a fast connection, the app was cool. The app was great, right? And we actually shipped it. Like, we totally shipped it. And we heard very, very quickly a lot of feedback from people who were using Twitter not on really nice laptops and really nice fast connections. We heard that the experience was pretty poor, right? The experience was not great. So we actually ended up doing an about face 2 years later. I just think the title of the post is hilarious: "Improving Performance on Twitter." Like, the one is like, "Hey," in 2010, like, "check out the cool new tech," and then it's like 2 years later, the adults show up and we're like, "We need to improve the performance of this thing that you have done." And the gist of the improving performance was, we're moving the performance back to the server, or we're moving the rendering back to the server, right? The thing about this shift is these were two completely different apps deployed on a huge production app, right? One was this very, very heavy client-side app. One was, oh, no, we're going to move all of the rendering back to the server, and we're going to do server rendering for SEO, and we're not loading up the clients with a bunch of JavaScript. But it was like a rewrite both times, right? And that's, I think, the thing that I know that a lot of you have kind of been in this experience, right? You've actually written more than one version of the same app, right? Maybe one is like a mobile version of the app and a web version, or one is like the PHP version of the app or the Rails version of the app, and then the other one is the JavaScript React version of the app, right? It's almost like there's two different apps, and you duplicate a lot of the logic and a lot of the stuff in between. What we're trying to do really, really hard with Remix is we're trying to make it so that you just write one app. And we're trying to give you the levers to get the experience that you want without writing two apps, if that makes sense, conceptually. If you've been doing engineering for a long time, or even maybe you're just getting started, there are very few absolutes. It's almost always about trade-offs. Almost always about trade-offs. And you see them all over the place. You see them on the server. You see them in the UI. There's server-side rendering or client-side rendering. Is either one of these the wrong choice? No, not really, right? It just depends on your app. There's just trade-offs here, right? Maybe you want a server render. Maybe you want a client render. Server side, fetching the data on the server side versus fetching the data in the client. Again, no right answers, just trade-offs. Different architectures, right? How do you want to deploy it? Do you want to have like an origin CDN kind of architecture, or you just want to push it straight to the edge? Where do you want to actually do your compute, right? Where do you want to do most of the work on the server? Do you want to is your system more of a distributed system, or you want to sort of delegate that work out to the client? How much do you want, even in like really fine-grained UI interactions, right? How much, do you want to have like an optimistic UI versus how much do you want the UI to reflect the source of truth, which is actually in your database, right? How easy is it for you to make that decision? How easy is it for you to make these trade-offs? This was one that I thought was interesting. I was talking to Ryan the other night, you could have a regular old select element, and then on the other end of the spectrum, you have like the fancy type ahead, autocomplete combo box, right? They're both just selecting from a number of options, but they're vastly different experiences. One is native HTML, the other one is obviously requires a lot of JavaScript. How easy, this is actually a really interesting one to think about. How easy do your tools make it to think, or to go and build the fancy type ahead? Is it a rewrite? Are you now writing a separate app so that you can get the fancy combo box when you started with the select box? There's there's a trade-off between like fast time to first byte, fast largest contentful paint, for example. In all of these things, and these are just a couple of the levers that we've built into Remix, right? We're thinking about all of these things, and we're thinking about all the different types of apps that you're building, and we've built hundreds of little levers into Remix so that you don't have to write two apps. You can just write one app, and you can tweak things to get the kind of experience that you're after. This is the ethos of Remix. This is like the spirit of Remix. It's right there in the name. You're supposed to be able to mix together multiple different techniques and technologies. We care about this very much. There was somebody actually in the workshop yesterday, he's probably here, Luke, I thought summed it up really, really well. Frameworks are all about levers. Remix somehow leaves the easy stuff easy and makes the hard stuff simple. And that's really our goal, is just to make, to make your job as easy as possible, to make all of our jobs as easy as possible, to leverage the best that the web has to offer, and then to drive it forward and to do it all open source. And it just fills my heart to be here with you all, and thank you so much for being here, and looking forward to hearing from everybody at the conference today. Thank you so much.
That noise. Anyway, wow, that was really awesome. It was nice to get a little bit of almost a history lesson in how Remix came to be. And it also seems like, I'm sure we all can agree that Remix is headed for some really great things in the future, so that's all exciting. Yeah, I also was on Twitter. I was paying attention, but I did scroll through Twitter a little bit, and I checked the hashtag, and people are already uploading tons of pictures and experiences and things like that. I love to see that. So keep doing that, please. So we're going to keep things moving. Next up, we have, I have to lower this, I'm kind of short. Next up, we have Henri, who is going to talk to us about how to web page test. So without further ado, let's welcome him to the stage.
Oh my God, there's a clicker here. The gods have spoken. Does that mean I could get a cordless mic? And I'm not going to touch the mic. Oh, is the laptop working? Okay, cool. Even better. Give me a second. Is that my laptop? There's no way.
So after you wire up, just into your shirt, just turn it on, right?
Okay. Okay, so turn it on, right? Yeah, okay, got it. Okay, is this gonna stick? Okay, hold on. Is here good? No, because I'm. Oh, so that's from my clicker. Okay. Okay, so keyboard assistant setup. What's going on here? Oh, I didn't yet. So. Okay. Good. No, I'm not even going to start there. How about, we were talking 90s, so how about a quick joke? So what happened when Naughty by Nature went to the JavaScript meetup and sang hip hop array? Dad jokes. All right. I don't want to waste too much time because I got a lot of stuff to go through. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Remix. Thank you, Remix Conf team, for having me. I know it took a lot to organize. I know what it's like, so a valiant effort. And I certainly do want to thank, I give a shout out to Brian LaRue as well. I'm actually taking a slot, so just going to send a shout out for him for a speedy recovery. So I'm going to start by saying good morning, Dom. For the 10 of you who follow me, you probably know, but I like to greet the Dom every single morning. All right, so that's what I do. And first of all, I'd like to say thank you, Salt Lake City. It's my first time out here. I thought it was pretty cool. And I was really excited because when I got picked for the talk, I'm thinking to myself, man, I think I might go see the Utah Jazz because the playoffs are starting, and I thought it was going to be pretty cool for me to go to a game. And then this is what happened. The Utah Jazz got eliminated, and I was like, all right, I'm not going to go see a game, no plans. In fact, this is the Utah Jazz players looking at me while I was making my plans. Anyhow, speaking of Salt Lake, but I was thinking about Salt Lake, and I'm thinking to myself, man, Salt Lake City games. And I always remember them because a friend of mine was actually involved, but that's a separate story. But the thing about Salt Lake City games, I looked it up, and it was the 20th anniversary this year, which is pretty cool. And I was like, oh man, Norway, they kind of won the medal standing with 13 gold. Germany got 12, USA got 10, Canada got 7. But the only thing that mattered is the fact that Canada beat the USA to get the gold in hockey. Twice. Because the women won as well, so yay, Canada. Anyhow, let's go. But the one thing I wanted to say that, the Olympic Games actually made me kind of think. So would you believe me if I told you that there was a sort of correlation between the Olympic Games and web performance? Would you believe me now? Okay. So real quick, I think there are metrics involved in everything we do. So before I came here, I landed here on Monday. I was in Carlsbad, California. I went and ran. I went and ran 5K. Hadn't run one in a while, hadn't trained, but this is the data that I had. Ran 5K, 21:30 on the time, 4:17 pace, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But once upon a time, the time was what I really, that's what mattered to me in terms of a metric. But these days, the pace is what I look at. It's what gives me an idea of my conditioning, how I feel, was it really hard, et cetera, et cetera. But anyhow, we're going to talk about metrics today. So I retitled my talk, so I want to welcome everyone to a talk that I'm calling The Metric System. Yes, I am Canadian. It's going to be a deep dive into metrics using web page test. So I want to introduce myself. My name is Henri. And you can find me on Twitter at this Twitter handle, which is Henri Helvetica. I work at the world-renowned, the venerable web page test. You can find us at Real Web Page Test. There, I'm the lead for the developer community. I speak to developers like yourselves. Essentially, I'm here to introduce new developers to web page test, and I'm here to listen to classic and sort of people who know web page tests and check out their feedback. Now, I also run the Toronto Web Performance Meetup group, and also run the Jamstack Toronto Meetup. But you could also, if I'm not doing any of the above, you could also find me sharing my runs using hashtag devs who run. Now, let's talk about metrics. So what are metrics? What's a metric? It's a system or standard of measurement. All right, that sounds cool. So, me running on the weekend, those are metrics. Those rings on your Apple Watch closing, those are metrics. The tickets sold for the workshop and this Remix conference, those are kind of metrics too. But at the end of the day, we're here to talk about development, and specifically modern development. I mean, SSR, ISR, SSG, CSR. I mean, I could be missing something. I mean, this is not Craigslist anymore. We are not in Kansas. So modern development requires absolutely modern metrics. Now, by show of hands, who remembers Firebug? Okay, so everyone who doesn't have a hand up, you just saw a lot of the OGs in the room, all right? But Firebug was essentially sort of like the earliest form of dev tools. And specifically, if you listen to, this is a quote from Joe Hewitt, the author. He said that Firebug existed for two reasons, really. One, to look at the page load when it loads, and then to show what happens after the page load. Those are two metrics, essentially. Now, here's a little bit of history for you. Firebug is actually what got web page test started, because at the time, Pat Meenan was working at AOL, and all the engineers there were using Firefox, because Firebug was a Firefox extension, and there was nothing for IE, so he ported it, and he created this thing called page test, which eventually became web page test. Just a little for you. Now, here's a shot of actually Firebug at work, and you're looking at, again, the early renderings of a dev toolsy kind of metric-y kind of way of looking at page load, all right? I hope I'm not killing you with these plosives or whatever they call them. But the important thing is that Firebug was called Web Development Evolved, and this was the beginning of what would be the evolution of metrics. So what was once a clear process of providing proof and speed matured into something like a Macedon, kind of like a mix. In fact, I like this quote right here, which is, page performance is now parts proof, perception, and all user experience. That's a fantastic quote from, oh yeah, me. So, once again, I want to remind everyone, you cannot improve what you don't measure. I will never improve my 5K race if I don't look at what I did, what I'm doing right now, and what I'm trying to do in the future. So, it's the metric system. So let's go. Now, I'm going to spend a little bit of time to talk about Core Web Vitals. Actually, I'm not, because there's a Core Web Vitals talk later on today. Shout out to, there you go. Eric's going to give us a good talk about Core Web Vitals, so I'm going to skip that. But I will mention Lighthouse. And it would be impossible to talk about performance without mentioning Lighthouse, without mentioning what it's meant to sort of lift the conversation around performance within the developer community. Now, Lighthouse provides a look at 6 modern metrics. and they are the following. First, contentful paint, FCP, TTI, time to interactive, largest contentful paint, speed index, total blocking time, and cumulative layout shift. That was a mouthful. And when you do your audit, it looks a little something like this. You get all these metrics, you have these numbers, you're like, okay, I think I understand what's going on. I think I do, because I'm a developer, like I'm using Remix, so I know I'm good. But you know what? We're going to get into a deep dive because that's where we come in at web page test. We're going to show you how you've been potentially driving a Toyota Prius, and we are the Tesla with the performance package and dual engine. All right. So vroom, and let's deep dive. No speedos. So the first thing you're going to do is jump down to webpagetest.org, and it's going to look like a little something like this. All right? So you're going to drop in the URL, boom, and you're going to hit go. The first thing you're going to see is a bunch of results like this. A bunch of metrics that you've seen before, but right away you can see there's some additional details here because that's what we're going to provide. The first thing you see, well, one of the things you see, though, is the LCP, the CLS, and the TBT. Now, I do want to point out the LCP and the TBT because if you're familiar with the Lighthouse score, what you might not be familiar with is that those two metrics are worth 50% of your score. So if they do not work, things are not gangster out the gate. All right? So right below it, what you can see is this thing that we love to use, which is called the famous film strips. You can see sort of like a progression of the page load. All right, what if I click on that film strip? Boom. What do we see here? Details. So the first thing you're going to see is right away is some of the, well, like I said, the details. And you see that solid yellow line. That's going to indicate some visual change. Anything dotted is a layout shift. Now, if we progress, the red solid line is your LCP. So here you can see it happens somewhere around like, well, I don't know if you could tell, but somewhere around like 9.5 seconds, which is not gangster, by the way. Now, let's get into some more details. Boom, because that's what we provide at Web Page Test. Now, what we can see right here is we are going to indicate to you where the LCP took place, and it's overlaid in some green. Now, here was the unnamed website with the green layout, okay? And that's where the LCP occurred. We gave you some more details here, letting you know when the LCP occurred here at 9.3 seconds, all right? But we're not gonna stop there. We're gonna give you more details. We can tell you the actual, where the LCP actually took place. Now, normally, we'd be able to point it out to you in the waterfall that's below it, but since it was inlined, there's no actual request to point to, but we'll let you know that, where you might be able to take a look and see where you can make some edits. Now, I've spent a little time here talking about the LCP. Well, I'll tell you why. Because LCP is one of the metrics that developers struggle with the most. 55% of over 8 million sites have good LCP, which leaves just under half that are like mediocre or very bad, all right? So that's something I just want to highlight, and this was according to the HTTP archive, if you're not familiar with it, a fantastic trove of how the web was built. Now, I talked about the speed index real quick. It's actually one of my favorite metrics, and it's one, again, that you get when you do the audit that you're accustomed to. And most might look at the the speed metric like, oh, it's a figure, it's 9.8 seconds, whatever. Well, what it is actually, it's a index of visual completeness. Now, you might look at this chart like, okay, I've never seen this before. Well, these are the details that we provide over at Web Page Test. And what this indicates right here is around 8 some seconds, I think it is, or 9, the visual completeness jumped to like 80 some percent, all right? So just by looking at this graphic, you can see what was happening with the load process and the completeness on your page. And to verify that fact, I can zoom in on that film strip, and you can see right at the bottom, it went from 0 to 88% in literally a frame. These are the things that you want to take back with you and understand what is going on with the load process on your page. 6 minutes left, all right. So I want to touch on this waterfall that we have because it is world class. All right, the details. We're going from the Prius to the Tesla, all right? Every single request on our waterfall, you can click and get additional details. Host, protocol, priority, request ID. It's extremely detailed. I mean, I can do an entire workshop just on the waterfall. We're thinking of releasing a little, kind of like a book apart sized book, obviously, just on the waterfall that we provide. Now, there's so much more stuff that we could talk about, like, and this is on our YouTube channel, which I'll link. You know, we can help you test in sort of different countries, different network conditions. I think Michael Jackson talked about that, and talked about like shipping some stuff, everything's, you know, hunky-dory, and people come back, they're like, yo, this is not gangster, you know, but we'll help you test that. And on different browsers too, we'll be able to simulate single points of failure, all right? And within web page test, you can get your Lighthouse score and your core web vitals. So you do not have to leave web page test at all. You can go to Twitter and use hashtag #HowToWebPageTest, and you'll see some of these details that have been posted already. 5 minutes to go, let's go. We have hella integrations, all right? GitHub Actions, VS Code integrated. We have this image analysis tool that actually takes you to a partner, Cloudinary, and they'll let you know whether or not your images are compressed enough. They'll let you know whether or not you might be able to use a different format. Maybe you stay on JPEG, probably not, but maybe you do. You know, maybe you'll move to WebP, maybe you'll move to AVIF. And we have this amazing integration with this app called Request Map, and it looks something like this. Now, you're able to see all the requests and the third-party requests that are coming in that you probably did not know about, all right? Again, Toyota Prius to the Tesla. Vroom, vroom. Okay, so something that I do want to spend a little bit of time on is a detail and a feature that we get pinged a lot about. And I have to say I'm very delighted to know that Remix has championed this feature. And it's actually called the visual comparison, all right? 4 minutes. So, demo time. And I spelled like that because it's already pre-made, half-baked. No. Okay, so I'm gonna have to do it from here, so as long as you can see what's going on. So I'm on webpagetest.org, and the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna see, you can go into visual comparison, all right? So you'd click on that, drop in your URL, or your URLs, because you're actually gonna be able to use several. And what you end up with, give me a second. Okay, so what we have here, I dropped in 4 sites, 4 like local newspapers, whatever. I don't even remember what they are. Okay, Tribune, whatever. So we can actually compare 4 film strips, okay? So I remember originally when I saw it, it came down here and I'm like, yo, what happened to my 3rd one? I thought it maybe something went crazy because I was on hotel Wi-Fi, but they loaded up so quick that that was it for them. But you can see, you can start to compare the 4 film strips and see what's going on with your quote-unquote competitor, okay? The one thing I want to point out is you see that red line on the left-hand side? It actually aligns with this red line on the waterfall, so you can sort of see what's going on. Okay, it gets more gangster. So you can actually take the 4 waterfall charts and superimpose them with opacity. Okay? And like you can start to make these comparisons. Now take that with you and start to realize what you can actually get done. Now, I'm going to get back to the pièce de résistance, which is this comparative video that Remix keeps posting. So here, I could actually show you what's going on with the 4 sites. Which one's loading quickest? When it goes, when it desaturates, goes black and white, that's when it's done. So here is the actual eye test. You can actually see what is going on with your page. So you want to talk about powerful visuals, this is what we're talking about. This is why Remix is constantly pushing this out on Twitter and on their docs to let you know what's going on. Recently, I seen Gatsby was doing it as well, and a couple other people there. Now, I could let that last one go and go into the next talk, but I mean, the Denver Post, they got work to do. Denver, are you here? Okay, let's go, man. Anyways, that's what I want to show you there. But this is super duper powerful, and that's the visual comparison. Okay, so ultimately, what am I here for? I want to help you with performance literacy. I think the more you know about performance, the better it's going to be ultimately. Okay, so let's talk about the median Lighthouse score. Show of hands if you think that the median Lighthouse score across the web is 75 or higher. Okay, how about 50 to 74? Show of hands. Okay, what about 25 to 49? And below that? Okay, well, it's actually 41. Ah, winners. But real quick, we're simply here to try to help build a better web as well with performance. And quoting Remix, we're here to deliver a fast, slick, and resilient user experience. We have the tools to empower small and large enterprises, from deep technical to the marketing person who wants to take a look at their core web vitals. Now, ultimately, we are super duper happy to be here because we saw that Remix was happy to talk about performance, and we are too as well. So Remix and webpage test, it's like our missions are totally aligned. Ultimately, it's like hand in glove. You know, it's all love. So real quick, this is my last few slides. You can scan this right now. You can get a free account at webpage test. I'm here to help you out as well. But you can go to bit.ly/WPT/remix. Come check me out. We do have a stream that we usually do on Thursdays. I won't because I'm here. But if you go to WPT Live on Twitch, we also have a channel where we talk about all these features that we're doing. Hey, do you have a stream? Hit me up. Maybe I'll jump on. We could work together. Do you have a podcast? Hit me up. I'll come up and talk about that as well. Shout out to James. Shout out to Anthony who are in the building. I'm going to be on their podcast soon. Once again, you can find me on Twitter, Henri Helvetica. Find me at Real Webpage Test as well. And at the end of the day, merci. Thank you very much.
That very entertaining and educational talk. I think you're going to have everyone asking when they look at their performance metrics, is this gangster enough? After that, we also got a nice little musical interlude that was very unexpected, but nevertheless enjoyable. Shout out to our captionist who also kept up with the lyrics as well. That was really cool to see happen in real time. Yeah. Yeah, so far so good. I hope everyone's learning as much as I am. We're going to keep things moving, and we're going to invite Shaundai to the stage, and she's going to discuss a talk, Instantaneously Interactive, Remix as a Browser Framework. Can we all give it up for Shaundai?
Yay! Do y'all want to see me dance, or do you want me to actually present? Okay. Just kidding. When I get nervous, I make jokes, so expect a lot of laughter. I know that Kent does air squats when he gets nervous. I'm not going to do that. I just want everybody to just take a nap. Kidding. I'm Shaundai Person. I am a senior software engineer at Netflix. I'm going to adjust the mic. I'm also an Egghead instructor. Shout out to Egghead. Shout out to Egghead. I'm also a community organizer for React Robins, which is a community dedicated to the professional and personal development of women and folks who identify as non-binary in the React community. So, I'll be talking about interactivity today. All right. When we talk about a performant app, what we mean is an app that users can see and interact with as quickly as possible. And performance metrics measure essentially this. Like, let's take Google's performance metrics, for example. They measure when a user comes to your page, how quickly can they see what they expected to see and do what they expected to get done. Remix gives us the ability, right out of the box, to be able to bring our users to a level of interactivity much more quickly. So what is interactivity? Interactivity is the relationship between your users and your app. And that could mean a variety of things. It could mean what happens when I push a button or click a link. Or it could mean if I comment on a page, how quickly can I see my comment in the UI? And the hooks that listen for the comments on the comments, or how many likes I've gotten. And so Remix, right out of the box, gives us the ability to get a more performant app by getting our users to interactivity quicker. And whether your users are on high-speed internet or if they're stuck in the airport somewhere, they're able to enjoy a much more performant application and a much more pleasant experience. So at this stage, it's worth it to talk about the difference between client rendering and server rendering. And the reason is because Remix offers optimizations on both of these rendering patterns that get us to that level of interactivity much more quickly. Now, if you saw my talk at React Conf last December, this part's going to be a little bit of a refresher, but bear with me, it's worth it to talk about. So client rendering. Client rendering is, if you're using a JavaScript framework, for example, like React, Angular, Vue, your app by default is rendered by the client. So all the instructions to run your code are held inside of a JavaScript script tag. When your browser receives a request for a page, it sends the HTML, the CSS, and the JavaScript over to the browser. The browser parses and runs that JavaScript, and then from that point, your website is interactive. Videos play, modals open, and the whole nine. Now, that's great, except that if you have large JavaScript bundle sizes, like most apps these days do, or if you're stuck at the airport in Atlanta and you don't have a high-speed internet connection, all your users are going to see until that JavaScript loads is a blank page. So it takes some time before your app becomes visible. Now, note that this is on initial page render. It takes a long time to bring in that JavaScript and that data. But once that data is there, and we navigate between routes of our app, All it is just basically refreshing the DOM, repainting the DOM with the information that we already have. So navigating between routes in our app seems almost instantaneously interactive, and it's a very good experience. Server rendering, by contrast, is an optimization on top of a client-rendered app. And server rendering is actually the original way to do it. It's the way that we did it since the dawn of man in the languages that the dinosaurs coded with, like C# and PHP and things like that. Sorry, bad joke. But server rendering is an optimization on top of a client-rendered app. And we don't solve the problems of slow internet connections or large JavaScript bundle sizes. But what server rendering does do is it gives your users something to look at while the page loads. So a typical app using server rendering works in this way. When a browser receives a request for a page on the server, we will fetch the data for your entire app, and then we'll render your app as HTML and send that HTML to the browser to be run. So already, this is providing a better experience for your users with those slow internet connections, because rather than looking at that blank page, your users get to see your content as bare HTML. But note that server rendering alone isn't enough to give us a complete app, because yes, they can see that bare HTML, but they can't interact with it. They can, aside from basic links and things like that, which we don't put much into. Okay, so we do want to move on to the next step of loading our JavaScript. So that's the next step. We attach the logic to the HTML that's in the DOM, and this is called hydration, and then from that point, your app becomes interactive. So again, server rendering is an optimization because your users aren't looking at that blank page while the page loads. But one of the cons of server rendering is that every time we navigate to a different route in our app, we have to go through this process all over again. And so it doesn't seem as performant. There is some room for optimization here. So we have kind of this trade-off, right? Where on one hand, we could have those really seemingly fast and performant initial page loads, but we'd have to run that same process over and over with server rendering. Or do we want those lightning fast page transitions between routes, even if it means that our users with slower internet connection are just gonna have to look at a bare screen, not even a loading spinner, while the page loads? Well, what if we can have the best of both worlds? So, voices, sorry. I promised myself I wouldn't do voices. You got it. Okay. So let's talk about how Remix does that. Remix offers optimizations on both patterns and allows us to have the benefits of a fast initial page load as well as those lightning fast page transitions as we navigate between routes. And not just that, we have an optimized server rendered app and an optimized and highly personalized client rendered navigation between routes. So this is our app. We have on the outside a layout. This is written in React. We have a layout and then two children, nav and a sales pane. Children of the sales pane is a header, an invoice list, and then the invoice list has one child, which is an invoice. If you've been to the Remix website, you can tell this probably looks a little bit familiar. This is just a very simplified fake book. So this is what it's actually going to look like in the DOM. Now, first let's talk about the initial page load. And so we'll go through the steps of the server rendering process and talk about how Remix optimizes at every level. So the first step in server rendering, again, is where we fetch the data. Now, how that works is in our case on our app, we'll have the logic for fetching on the client. We'll fetch the data on the server. So we go to the server, we'll walk the component tree and fetch the data in the order that it appears in the tree. And then we'll send, once we have all the data back for our entire app, we'll send that data back in the response, and then we can move on to the next step in the server rendering process. Now, there's two issues with the way that we're doing it right now. The first one stems from the fact that our logic is on the client. So this is a really big pain point for our user who is stuck in the airport in Atlanta trying to make a small change to their ticket, and they can't do it. So they have slow internet connections. We cannot control the speed of our users' internet, but we can control what we put over that network. The way that it's working right now, so let's say in the case of our app, all we want to change is the invoice A. We just want to see the invoice A. So the client says to the server, hey, listen, I need the information for invoice A. The server says, okay, I got the information for invoice A, but the way that this API is set up, you're going to get the information for invoices A, B, C, D, E, all the way through Z. We take all that information, and then I told myself I wasn't going to do voices, but I'll do actions. We're going to get all that data, and then we're going to send it over the network. I can't help myself, sorry. So and that's what it looks like in your on the network. That's what a network request looks like. So if you have slow internet speeds, your poor user is just waiting several painful seconds for that information to get passed over in the response, okay? That's the first issue. Second issue comes from the way that we have to walk the component tree to fetch all that data before we can even move on to the next step. And so in our case, we'll have to fetch the data for the layout, then fetch the data for the nav, then fetch the data for the sales pane, all kind of like a relay race where one component is fetching the data and then passing the baton on to the next one. So there's two issues here, and it looks kind of like this. The first issue is that the parents block their children from fetching their data, from initializing their fetches. And if that parent takes a while to fetch their data, you will see, or the user will see, loading spinners in place of that actual component. So imagine like if you're going out to eat, right, with your kid, and your kid has to watch you finish your meal before they can even get served. Like, it's toxic, like that's problematic. So that's one problem. The second problem is that we have to fetch them all in order. So components like the sales component that have heavy amounts of data that take a long time to come back are actually acting as bottlenecks for the rest of the process and elongating the process, okay? Of course, Remix has some fixes for that. So rather than putting our request logic on the client, we'll put it on the server. And so now, when the client says, hey, listen, I just want the information for invoice A, please. The server says, okay, I've got the information for a lot of stuff, but I'm smart enough to know all you really want is just invoice A. So I'm just gonna send you invoice A. And so your users with the slow internet connections benefit from a much faster response time. Also keep in mind, Remix we use less JavaScript code as we're fetching data. We're not gonna talk about this just yet, we will talk about it, but keep it in the back of your mind that there's gonna be less JavaScript in this actual request, okay? The second problem it solves is no longer are we component fetching, now we're doing what's called route fetching. And this is fundamental to the way that Remix is structured. So remember how we had the pass the baton, relay race type of data fetching situation, kind of as a waterfall. Remix is structured in a way where we're fetching based on routes. So each component is coupled with a route. So watch just the colors around the components changing with the parts of the URL that they correspond to. Each component is coupled with a part of the route. Each route has its own fetching logic. And Remix can tell, just from looking at the URL, what information needs to be fetched. All of that can happen in parallel, which means that our once very pass the baton-y type of fetching looks like this. Much faster time to interactivity. So that's just data. Now we move on to the next step, which is we're rendering our app as HTML. So remember, this is where the server rendering process optimizes on top of client rendering because your users can actually see some bare HTML in the DOM. Now the issue is that most web apps these days are built with a JavaScript framework, which means that they're heavily concentrated in JavaScript. As a result, your users don't have many options when they want to click a link on a page in this HTML, aside from basic links. Remix is a web framework and uses the foundations of the web as the foundations for the framework. And by web foundations, what I mean is browsers, HTTP caching, regular HTML. Where's Dom? Where's Dom? I don't know. Yay, I said it. So regular HTML. I want to see how that comes up in the in the screen reader. Regular HTML. So there are a lot more options for your users because Remix is really leaning into the way that browsers have become more sophisticated and HTML has become way more sophisticated over the past 20+ years. Now, I'm a JavaScript woman through and through, so I'm not telling you not to put JavaScript in your app. There are a ton of things that you're going to need to be able to use JavaScript for that you can't do without JavaScript. But without JavaScript, you still do have a fully functional app when you're using Remix. JavaScript is just kind of like the little seasoning on, the little sprinkle dinkle on top. Okay? So let's move on to the next step where we actually add in our JavaScript. So remember that little tidbit that we kept in mind. So let's talk about that. So how this process works is rather than putting new nodes in the DOM, React in this case is going to walk the component tree and attach the logic with the HTML elements that are already in the browser. And this process is called hydration. So rather than painting the DOM with brand new DOM nodes, we'll just attach the logic to the HTML that's rendered, all the event handlers and things, and then the process of hydration is complete. And now you have your fully interactive app that users can use, videos will play, modals will open, and the whole nine. Now, when you're thinking about a regular app, an app using a JavaScript framework, right? There is a ton of code, think about it, that goes into just data manipulation, error boundaries, error handling, data mutations, fetching data. Remix gives us a ton of tools right out of the box that allow us, like APIs and hooks, that allow us to get what we need to get done with less code. So think of like a basic form, right? This is not even the half of it. I just like cut off the page. In React, I'm sorry to call it React, I love React. In React, a form might look like this, a simplified form, right? With Remix, now we have the ability to compile to much less JavaScript, so this stage can move a lot faster because we have less code that's going into handling data, okay? And so now we can move on to the step of hydration, which is where we have our full-fledged app. And because we optimize at every stage of the process, now we get to interactivity much more quickly, and our users are a lot more happy, okay? So that's on initial page load. But remember, with server rendering, if we click to navigate to another route within our app, we're gonna have to go through that whole process all over again, okay? So this is where Remix adopts the properties of a client-rendered app, and we have these fast initial page loads. So when you click a link to navigate to another route within your app, in your Remix app, rather than making a full round trip to the server to get the data and all of the assets for your app, Remix just looks at the URL and then fetches the data for the part of the URL that's gonna be changing and updates the UI. So it's a lot more quick. So let's say, for example, back to our app, we just wanna navigate to the next invoice. Remix can look and say, okay, remember this is part of the route fetching, we know that we have fetching logic that's attached with just this last part, that 5888600 part, right? We only want to change what's in this little red box. Because we have kind of separated our fetching logic component by component, Remix can say, okay, let's just fetch the data for this part. So basically, by orders of magnitude, we are reducing the amount of data that we're passing over the network as we navigate between routes. So we're adopting the behavior of a client-rendered app. By the same similar thought process, we are also saving all of the JavaScript in memory. We're saving the CSS and the assets in cache. And so we're not re-downloading all that stuff. So this step, navigating between page routes, seems almost instantaneous as we navigate through our app. That's not the best part, though. This is my favorite part, is that because Remix has the entire component asset manifest for your entire app, we can actually prefetch information. So all a user has to do is, well, all you have to do as a developer is use this prefetch prop on a link, and then if a user hovers over a link in your app, Remix starts to prefetch the data, and the JavaScript, and everything that's needed to make that next page happen before your users has even clicked the link. And so on the user's end, it seems like a much more highly optimized and highly personalized experience, as the parts of the app that they expect to become interactive instantly become interactive immediately as they're interested. That's a lot of eyes. It's a very personalized experience. So imagine if like real life worked like that. Like if you're on Instagram and you're just hovering over a pair of shoes, and then all of a sudden your significant other comes in and they're like, hey, I bought you a couple of pairs of shoes because I saw that you might be interested in these. So Remix is acting as the concierge for your users, all right? And that's all. So overall, if you want to find more information about the practical how-tos and how to make this happen, Remix has fantastic documentation. Also, Ryan Florence has put together a series of snippets on how to use Remix in a very practical way. And thank you.
Gonna make my, wearable mic work, and I'm just gonna stick with this microphone for now. But I want to share a little secret about Shaundai that she told me yesterday. This is actually her first in-person talk, and I think all of you probably couldn't even tell. I just want everyone to give her another round of applause. Yeah, she was so natural up here. She did amazing. So I was like so shocked. I was like, wow, I hope I could be like that someday. But yes, thank you so much, Shaundai, for giving us all that awesome information. We're going to keep the ball rolling, and we're going to invite Erick to the stage next. He's going to discuss state machines on the edge. So Erick, the stage is yours.
Good morning, Remix Conf. My name is Erik Rasmussen, and today I'm going to be talking to you about visually coding backend logic using state machines. So before we get too far, let's talk about what state machines are. So a state machine defines an initial state and then some finite number of other states. That's why sometimes they're called finite state machines. And then events to transition between the states. There are other things like firing off side effects here and there, but this is the basic concept. Now, on the front end, typically what we do with state machines is we instantiate a machine, and then as the user goes interacting with the UI, events are sent to the machine, which may or may not have it transition to a new state. And if we're using a declarative system like React, it's easy to change the UI as those states change. And typically your machine is like on for the lifetime of the component or the page. Now, on the back end, this is a little bit different. Like normally state machines have a final state where once you get to that state, you can't get out of it, the machine can shut down. But on the back end, it's a little bit more complicated, because we don't want to go all the way to completion because we want to pause in the middle. So we need what I'm calling pause states, where when we get to this state, we're going to stop processing and give the data back to the client, and then wait for a new event to come. And not all states are pause states. Maybe we're in a state and then we get an event and we need to go to another state where we're waiting for some data to come back, and maybe we go to another state and we're doing some more fetching, and then we finally get to a pause state, and that is when we give the data back. And we also have to figure out where to persist the machine, because HTTP is fundamentally stateless, and we're putting everything onto cloud functions and on the edge, and we have to figure out a way to not start from scratch every time we get a request. So there's several options. We can serialize our machine to a database or to some sort of a session store or to Redis or something like that. But in the spirit of Remix, of going back to the platform, for my demo, I'm going to be using the humble cookie. Yeah. We all love cookies, don't we? Yes. Yeah. So, but we have a problem. In computer science, there's this thing called the halting problem. And that states that it's impossible to know if a computer program is ever going to return anything. Like, it might just be taking a long time, or it might be in an internet loop and is never going to return. So what if we never get to a pause state in our machine? Well, when you're doing state machines on the back end, you absolutely must set some sort of a timeout where if it isn't returning, you need to cut it off and get back to the user and tell them that something went wrong. Now, my favorite state machine library is Xstate, and they have a nice API for doing this. I wrote this function called async interpret because the normal way that you use Xstate machines on the client, you use this interpret function. So I'm calling this async interpret. And you give it the machine definition, how long you want to wait for, potentially an initial state if you have got a state from the cookie, and potentially an event if an event has been sent. And what it does is it uses the regular interpret function to get this service. And this is the way you like boot up a machine, is you call start and you give it an initial state. And if we happen to have an event, we send it to that. And then the state machine is off and doing its thing. And then we wait. And this wait for returns a promise, of course. And so we give it our service where our machine is doing stuff, and we give it how long we want to wait. And then we give it this, this predicate. And this predicate is going to be called every time the state machine has a state transition. And the question it's asking is, should we pause, should we resolve this, this promise and get back to the user? Now, state.done is true when you're in a final state, and Xstate allows you to put just arbitrary tags on different states. So the way I've implemented this state machine is on the states that I want to be pause states, I've put this pause tag. So this is going to return true if we're in a pause state or in a final state. And that's it. This is all we need to run Xstate machines on the back end. So a little bit about the architecture of what I've built here. States are routes. Like, if you think about it, and I'm pretty sure no one in this room has thought much about routing, routes are fundamentally state machines, right? You're at a route, and you click a link, and that's a transition to another route. If you hit the back button, then you transition back to the other state. They're basically state machines. And speaking of the back button, it's absolutely fundamental that we don't break the back and forward buttons on the browser, because that will kill the user experience. And this adds a level of complexity. So whenever, and also it's not just back and forward 1, like you can go back 3 or forward 4. So in order to maintain consistency with the route, given whatever route, we have to have a way to tell our machine to just go to that state. So we need some global go-to event that's going to take us to whatever state the route tells us we should be in. And we're going to serialize our state to a cookie, and we're going to use that async interpret function to run the machine. But how are we going to send events? We're going to, in the interest of respecting the platform and the way Remix wants us to do things, we're going to send events as form data. And the way that works is we use the form component that Remix gives us, and we set the method to post. And then we just use a regular old HTML submit button. And not a lot of people know that you can give a name and a value to your submit button. So we're going to give it the name type and the value next. And then when we deserialize our form data on the server, we're going to get this nice JSON that happens to look like the event shape that Xstate wants. But what if we want to do more than just send a simple event like that? Well, if we need some extra payload in that event, we can use a regular old HTML hidden input. I used these so much 15, 20 years ago, and it's fun to see them coming back. You know, very retro. Thank you, Remix. So you can just give a name and value pair, and it's going to appear in that JSON that you get back on the server. And same thing for your type, just like with the next event, it's going to be there as the type. and this is going to be processed by xstate really well. So on the back end, how do we do stuff in Remix? Well, we use loaders and actions. Now for this little project I've put together here, which is a little cart e-commerce checkout thing, we're going to have a route which has a loader, and then a dynamic state route that has a loader and action. So let's quickly go through these. This code will be available on GitHub for you to look at more slowly. But in general, on our route, we're going to check if we have a cookie with our state machine. And if we do, we're going to redirect to whatever state the cookie machine thinks that we're in. But if we don't, we're going to boot up a fresh machine and let it do whatever it needs to get into it, the first pause state. And when it does, we're going to redirect to that state and save the cookie, of course. And that's all we have to do for the route. Now, on the dynamic state route, we're going to get whatever state is in the URL from the parameters here, and we're going to read the cookie. And if for some reason either of those we don't have, we're going to redirect back to the root so it can start us over again. And we're going to instantiate our machine with the cookie state. And then if the state from our cookie matches the state of the route, then we're in the right place already. We're just going to send this, serialize this state, and if we happen to be in a final state, we're going to blow away the cookie. But what happens, otherwise we don't. But what happens if we're not in the same route that matches the state machine in the cookie? Well, that's where that goto event comes from. So we're going to use our async interpret thing, we're going to give it our machine, our timeout, and our current state, and then we're going to send it this goto event. And that's going to transition us to that state that we need to be in, and we're going to send that back to the client with the cookie. Now, our action is doing the same thing that the loader is doing. It's pulling the cookie and instantiating the machine. But then we're going to look at if we have an event from the form data, and we're going to run our machine with that event and wait for it to get to a pause state. And when it does, if we're in a different state than we were before, then we're going to redirect to the new path, and of course serialize the machine. And if we are in if we're in the same one, then we're just going to send that state back and with the machine as well. So let's look at some xstate terms. Guards are little predicates that determine whether or not you're allowed to transition to a different state given an event. Actions are for launching side effects. One such side effect is updating context within the machine. And the context in the machine is like a little local storage thing inside the machine. You can think of it like a Redux store or something. But this context is going to be part of the serialized machine that we send down in the cookie. And then services are what we use for async talking to other things. You invoke a service, and then you can send events to it and receive events from it. And that's how we're going to do that. So we're going to attempt some live visual coding. Bear with me. Okay. So this is our state chart of our machine. It might look like a bit at first, but it's actually a lot easier to understand the flow of what we're doing. And to do that, this is an editor that the Stately team put together. But to sort of walk you through it, we're going to press simulate here, and we're going to sort of see how it's going to work. So this little guy here means that this is the initial state. So we're in the shopping cart. And in the shopping cart, we're going to be able to increment and decrement a given product. And this guy here is an action to update our internal context. And notice we're not transitioning with this. We're staying in the same state, but we're just like updating our context. And if we hit checkout, this is a guard. If we have items chosen, then we're going to transition all the way over here to shipping. And of course, there's an event we can go back to cart if we want, and we can go next, in which case we're going to save that shipping data to the context. And we're in billing, we can go back if we want, we can save again, and here we can place order. And this is not a pause event. This is an event where we are invoking this place order thing that's going to go and write to the database and go take the money from the customer. And it's going to, when it's done, it's going to come back with order placed. And this means that this is the final state, so that this is the end of our flow. So what does this look like? Well, here we have my beautifully web design skill e-commerce site here. So as I press this plus button, we're going to be sending that increment product thing to the server. It's going to go through that state machine, update the context, and then give it back to us. So we can update this, update that. And if I go to checkout, now I'm in shipping. I can go back to cart. I can go back to checkout. I can hit back, and I can hit forward. We're going, notice the route has changed. But here we don't have any states. And the purpose, what I want to demonstrate here is, I have this sort of arbitrary requirement where, depending on the things you've chosen in your cart, you can only ship to certain states in the US, for example. So we're going to implement that visually. So where we need to do it is between when we're in the cart and when we hit checkout, somewhere between here we're going to need to load some states. So I'm going to create a new state here, and we're going to call it loading shipping states. And when we're in this loading shipping states, we're going to invoke a service called load shipping states. And so we have to get here when we click checkout, right? So watch this, don't blink. Boom. Whoa. So now we're in this state, and we've gone when we fetch this, but we need to get out of this state now. So we need to go over here to shipping. And it's generated this event type, which is not actually the type that I want. I'm going to call this event shipping states loaded. Yeah, states loaded. And in this, so we're almost done, but we need to save the shipping states to the context. And we do that with an action, save shipping states. And now we're going to be over here in shipping. So this editor, as I've been doing things, has been modifying my code. And as my code is being modified, Remix is reloading it. So now, in theory, if this demo works, when I press proceed to checkout, it's not going to go immediately there. It's going to go and fetch the states, and then it's going to take me there. So I'm going to press it. It's going to take a second. And now we have states. So my name's Eric. I'm originally from North Carolina. And yeah, but I'm going to charge this to Kent in Utah, if I can choose it. I'm going to press place order, and it's going to take a moment also because it's doing an async thing. And then we placed our order. But wait, there's more. So I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to disable JavaScript. Oh my God. And we're going to come here again, totally fresh. And with JavaScript disabled, we're going to prove that this is disabled. because if we go to the network tab, these JavaScript things are not here. So now, before when I pressed plus, Remix was doing some fancy stuff for me. It was emulating the platform, but really it was running a fetch, because that's better if you can. But if you can't, it's going to let the browser just take its course. So now when I press plus, it's going to actually reload this whole document every time I'm changing these values. No JavaScript is happening, right? Yeah. And so now when I proceed to checkout, I'm here. I have my states. Again, I'm going to ship it to myself. And this time we're going to charge Michael, who lives in California. And no JavaScript. We placed order. And I kid you not, that confetti is actually CSS. If that doesn't blow your mind. So we are going to quickly go back to here. If I can find my presentation again. So to recap, we had these pause states as routes, and we had these async states that while we were waiting on stuff to interact with the real world. And we used a timeout to ensure that we didn't wait too long for those things to come back. And our browser back and forward buttons worked because we used this go-to event to respect the route. We passed events as form data, which is what allowed us to not need fetch. We didn't have to do that event.prevent default, right? We could actually send the data. And we had this beautiful visual design tool for the backend logic, courtesy of Stately. You should check them out. And if we didn't need it, there was no, if we didn't have it, there was no front-end JavaScript required. So, thank you very much.
Made it very easy to stay focused and pay attention and follow along, which is something I always need help with. So thank you so much for that. I also was really impressed with the fact that the confetti was all CSS. I think your next talk should be about how you did that, because I would really like to know. But yes, so the event is moving along pretty quickly. We are actually at our time for a break. We have about 25 minutes, a little over 25 minutes actually. We will be back at 11:15. This is a chance for you to talk to people, go use the restroom if you need, or you can go to some of the booths that our sponsors have. Especially try to check out the next booth, and you can talk to them there about monorepos. So I'll see you all back at 11:15. Enjoy. Is my mic? It works! Yay! I'm really happy about that. Okay, so our break is pretty much over. I guess that maybe I should give people a few more minutes to like funnel back in. And while I do that, I realized that I made a mistake in my introduction. I forgot to actually introduce myself, which is an important part of like being an MC. So, oh, I'm sitting in front of the projector. But I want to do that. My name is Ciora Ford. I'm a developer advocate. I've been in tech officially for about 1.5 years. So I'm pretty new. This is actually my first in-person event like ever since I've been in the tech industry. I've MC'd an event before, but that was virtual, so it's also my first time MCing an in-person event, so 2 first times in one go. Yeah, so far so good. I want to kind of tell how I even got to the point where I could MC this event. I MC'd an event for my, my last job, and I really enjoyed it, so I was like, you know what, I want to MC an event, and I tweeted that. I was like, I would love to MC an event. And I think Kent DM'd me like, hey, we have an event that we need an MC for, are you interested? And I was like, yeah, bet. So that's kind of how it went. So I'm here now with the folks at Remix, talking about Remix and tech stuff and pretending like I know what's going on. But it's a lot of fun so far. So I'm going to check and see if our next speaker, Anthony Frehner, is ready. He's here. Okay, awesome. So I'm going to stop stalling and get the event started up again. We have Anthony Frehner here who's going to talk to us about remixing hydrogen? Hydrogen, I got that right. Yes, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, thank you. When I was preparing my talk, I realized that the best way to actually prepare a talk is to go find a meme you really like and base your entire talk around just that meme. So with that flawless idea in mind, let me read to you a little meme I found. Person 1 says, it's quick, it's easy, and it's free. Pouring river water in your socks. And someone replies, why would I do that? And the response is, well, it's quick, it's easy, and it's free. Why wouldn't you, right? So I really like the idea of that, quick, easy, and free. Though I'm going to slightly change that idea just a tiny bit and turn it into quick, easy, and fast. Because we've had a lot of talks already, and we'll have some more talks about how fast is important for our websites, right? So I'm going to use these terms and these icons throughout my talk to kind of identify things that may have either not been quick, easy, or fast, or are going to be more quick, more easy, or more fastly, or fast, yeah, okay. Now, if there's any confusion about the difference between quick and fast, it's simple. Think of fast as more of a time to first byte type metric. This is the experience that your users are going to get. And quick is a time to first site experience. That's more for you as the developer. Now, that may not actually be simple, but I already trademarked the term time to first site because I really liked it. So feel free to use it, and then you can pay me royalties later. So that's awesome. So when it comes to building websites, and specifically Shopify websites, because I'm from Shopify, there's a wide spectrum of tools or ways that you could do it. On one end of the spectrum, you have the no-code solutions, where it's kind of like a WYSIWYG editor, drag and drop, and you type some text, and you have a Shopify e-commerce website. On the other side of things, it's probably more along the lines of what you and I do most of the time, which is custom code. You know, you handwrite everything from scratch, and you're using an API to get things. And then in the middle, there's, you know, a nice middle ground. Now, Shopify has always had some pretty excellent tooling for the no-code and low-code solutions. But unfortunately, the custom code area side of things, it wasn't quick and it wasn't easy, but at least it was fast. So about 1.5 years ago, Shopify realized that they needed to fix this problem. And they started working on a new framework, React framework, called Hydrogen. And again, the goal was to make things quick, easy, and fast to make a completely headless, custom code Shopify website. Now, last time I checked, though, this isn't Hydrogen Conf, this is Remix Conf. So I get to introduce to you the idea or the framework and package that we're going to be working on to extract some of those things that we've built into our Hydrogen framework, pull them out into a new package, and make them available for other great, quick, easy, and fast frameworks like Remix, for example. So yeah, the idea is that when working on a Remix site, the first thing you'll need to do is hit an API for your Shopify store, right? You'll need to get products and information. And the main way that you'll interface with that is through what Shopify calls the storefront API. Now, when I'm talking about the storefront API, it's a GraphQL API. And that can be kind of intimidating for various reasons to various people. For some people, it's maybe because you've never used GraphQL. Or even if you have used GraphQL, it's maybe just the schema is a little bit too complex for you. For other people, there's concerns about performance and things like that. So what we want to do is, with this Hydrogen UI package that we're going to release, is to kind of take away some of these barriers. And the first barrier we want to take away is the idea that GraphQL is hopefully we can take away the idea that GraphQL is intimidating. And when you're intimidated by something, it makes it hard to do something, hard to work on your website, and it makes it so your job isn't quick, right? So let's make that quick and easy for you by having some GraphQL auto-completion in your editor, in your IDE of choice. And I'm going to really hope that this video works. Hey, look at that. That's a promising news. So when you set this up, and it's going to be a 4-step process, hopefully simple 4-step process, you're going to have GraphQL auto-completion and linting in your IDE. In this video, I'm going to show you, it's already been set up, but we're going to take a look at some of the things that it can do for you. So you'll notice right off the bat that it already seems to be complaining a little bit about this page by handle tag. So if we go and hover over this, we get a description of why is it complaining. Hey, page by handle is deprecated. Use page instead. All right, so that's hopefully making your experience easier when you're working in your Remix loader, right? You write your query, and you can always be sure it's up to date and using things that aren't deprecated. The other thing is auto-completion. So if we go and we want to query for additional things, you'll notice we get full auto-completion, and even on the right-hand side, you'll see a full-on human-readable description of what we're actually querying for. So again, the hope is that we're making your experience with Remix a little bit quicker, easier, and faster. Whoops, didn't mean to fully quit there. There we go. The next thing that some people may be concerned about is the performance implications of using GraphQL. And one of those things is that you're querying for too much data that you're not actually using. And this has implications for how easy it is for you to make your website fast. Also, how easy is it for you to figure out if you're over-querying. And as well, how fast your website is actually working. So we're going to provide a function that will hopefully just automatically let you know if you're overfetching or over-querying in your GraphQL queries. Ooh, that's a tongue twister. To make your website fast and to make it easier for you. So another video here. Again, in this video, I've got it already set up. And essentially, this function runs just while your website watcher function, your development watcher function runs. And so I've already saved it once, and it's going to show us. We find a file. In this file, it looks like we're not using the product's handle, ID, and title fields. So on the left-hand side now, we're going to go into where the query actually is. And we see handle, ID, and title, which it says we're not using, and we delete them. On save, our watcher runs, your normal watcher, and the warnings come out. We find that same file again, and you'll notice the product ID, title, and handle complaints are gone. So hopefully, again, another way to improve your experience and make things quick, easy, and fast. So now in this situation, you've queried for your data in your Remix loader, but now you actually have to render something. And Shopify objects are very comprehensive to the point that they can seem kind of overwhelming at times. you can have products and collections and cart and meta fields and images, all these wild things. And so to help with this, to help reduce some of the complexity, one of the things that we're going to do is bundle in the TypeScript types for these objects into our package so that you can just import them directly. And these are deep types. So in this example, you start with a collection, and if you use the TypeScript type that we give you, you'll notice we get typing all the way down from collection to products to media to preview image, and then finally alt text. Like, that's 5 layers deep. But it's nice that you're getting that type safety, and you can also get that auto completion. Pretty standard TypeScript stuff, but again, the hope is that it's much easier to just import these types from our package than to have to build them yourself or to look for them elsewhere. Next thing is that even if you have the TypeScript types for those things, it can still kind of be hard to work with some super complex objects like cart and meta fields and products and things like that. And so we have built, and we have plans to build even more, just pre-built components that you can just put into your code and render it. So for example, we have a full cart implementation. And if you don't like how it's done, you can at least use that for reference, or you can just plop it in and use it. Or another example is we have a hook called use product options, which helps keep track of, like, if you're selling t-shirts, well, you need to know if the user selected a large black t-shirt or a small pink t-shirt or things like that. So when they click the add to cart button, you know which one they were looking at. In fact, we have quite a few of these planned, and if I were to go through and name all of them, I'd kind of feel like Yakko doing the Countries of the World song. Like, it'd just be overwhelming, and I'm not going to torture you that way either. So yeah, if you have any questions or concerns or are curious about what we're working on and how we can make your life as a Remix developer better, come reach out to us, come read our documentation, come find us, and we'd love to help. Finally, to kind of wrap this up, and sorry, Ryan, I know you're next, but I'm a little fast here. But I'd like to talk about maybe some hopes and dreams. And these are things that maybe we don't have like concrete plans for, but maybe these are things that we could do in the future to make your life even better. So one of the things that I've been thinking about is maybe we can make like a Shopify remix stack so that you can use those remix stacks and just have a pretty fast implementation of a Shopify store for you. Or maybe we can even use Remix in our integration tests, so we can render our components on a Remix site to make sure that our Hydrogen components are always working really well for Remix devs. Or maybe you all have a better idea than I do. Come talk to me. Come let me know if you have anything that I could do to make your life easier, or better, or quicker. I don't know. Does that make sense? Faster. Anyway, thank you, and have a good day.
Actually, I'm just remembering I don't have to use the podium anymore, which is exciting for me. So yes, let's give Anthony another round of applause. That was a very enjoyable presentation. Because I'm a good MC, I was reading through your bio on the Remix Run website for the conference. And I wanted to shout out something really cool that I read, which I'll read it verbatim. There it says, he proposed, talking about Anthony, proposed a new CSS unit called VHC, which eventually turned into DVH, LVH, and SVH CSS units, which I thought was really cool, and it seems like it was something you were really excited about too. So I just wanted to shout that out because I thought that was cool. So yeah, the conference, like I keep saying, is moving pretty fast. I can't believe it's already like 11:30. Like that's crazy, but it's exciting to see. We're gonna move right along and kick off our next talk. We're a little ahead of time, but that's okay. Gives everyone a little bit of wiggle room. But we're gonna have Ryan up to talk about Deno and Remix. Ryan? Okay, here he comes.
Hi. Hey, so, when you give a talk, they're always like a couple of months in advance, like, what's your title? Give me an abstract. And it's like, I really just write my talks like the night before. So anyway, I want to talk about my dream stack, which, this is a Remix conference. This is a web framework. I work on the lower level stuff, the runtime layer stuff. And so, I want to talk about some predictions for the future and kind of, how I wish all of this stuff would kind of pan out. The web is super important. It's become the medium of human information at this point. And because of that, we can basically assume that the web is still going to be here, say 5 years from now, 10 years from now, maybe 20 years from now. It's very important, right? You interact both with, McDonald's and also your bank through the web. So because of that, I'm pretty confident that HTML will still be here in 5 years, CSS, HTTP, and of course JavaScript. Because of that, JavaScript has kind of this important place in society. It is kind of the default programming language. And that's why I work on this after all these years still, because I think this is kind of the way that we will be expressing a lot of logic going forward. So web frameworks like Remix are constantly improving. It's kind of insane to see the breakneck speed of this stuff. React, path-based routing, layout routes, these are all really important innovations that are pushing how we organize websites forward. And I mean, the web being tied to like all of these human institutions is providing all of this economic energy to kind of simplify how we create websites. All of you here presumably have jobs and kind of get paid to think and improve this stuff. Yet relatively little has changed in the JavaScript runtime space. It's all my software still Node.js. But I think this is going to change here in the next couple of years. It's already changing. It hasn't really panned out completely, but the evidence is quite apparent. So yeah, let me just talk in the abstract about my dream stack. This isn't a specific piece of software necessarily. This is just kind of attributes that I wish when I'm building a website, I wish it had. So first of all, we're programming in kind of scripting languages, and the great thing about scripting languages is that they are scriptable. They reduce boilerplate. You can really create really small, simple APIs, abstractions. And so, I think it's important that it scales down as small as possible. That is, if you have a really small, simple program, that it is expressible in a single file. It uses JavaScript, obviously. It's the universal scripting language. I think in the limit, JavaScript will be the only scripting language. It should use async I/O. Obviously, I think this is basically table stakes right now, but optimal HTTP server performance is important. And it should have a built-in uniform set of dev tools that you don't need to think about. Code formatting, linting, document generation, LSP, editor integration, etc. All of that stuff should come out of the box. Furthermore, cloud infrastructure these days is not simple. It is a complex thing. And so, we kind of need to think about how this dream stack extends into the cloud. If I'm putting up a website, I basically want to pay as little as possible, obviously. I want to manage it as little as possible. Like, cloud infrastructure is heavily managed. It should basically be managed all the way up into my code. Only kind of the JavaScript that I write should be configurable. Everything else should be taken care of the provider. So, I want it to be serverless. I want it to be pay per request. I want it to be free for low traffic demo apps. it should run at the edge, which means that if a user, say in Tokyo, is requesting my website, that there should be I should be able to respond to that user in Tokyo, in a very close data center, so that we don't incur these round-the-world speed of light kind of bounding problems. You do not want to respond to all requests from US East, right? Cold starts need to be fast. There's a lot of serverless systems that have relatively slow cold starts. I think less than 500 milliseconds, including network latency, is absolutely necessary. And it should have no or minimal config. There's too many config files. Everybody introduces a new config file for every piece of software. We just want to reduce boilerplate. Like, we want to deal with the problem at hand, not kind of YAML files and whatnot. So I'm going to attempt to do a demo here. Let's see. So anyway, I want to start with a little HTTP server example. And I'm going to do this on deno deploy. And let me just see here if I'm going to mess this up entirely. Okay, so right, I'm deno deploy, whatever. It's my server-side infrastructure that I'm working on. We have a little playground thing here that kind of lets you create one-off little scripts here, and it comes with some default text, which I'm going to immediately delete. So first of all, so let me just kind of from memory, we're going to import serve from HTTPS deno.land std http server.ts. We can import TypeScript in deno, and this thing, this is a little function that takes a callback. You take a request, return a response. So it takes a request, and we return a response, and let's say hello remix. And let's save and deploy here. On the right-hand side, you have a little fake web browser where it's making a request to Salty Ant 12 deno dev. Let's change that name here to remix, if that's available. Oh yeah, of course. Sorry, I think remix.deno.dev is taken. Remix conf. No, these are all my names that I was trying out before this presentation. Remix 2. Okay, there we go. Now we have remix2.deno.dev. So this thing is deployed worldwide, right? When I change this and add some exclamation points here and I click save and deploy, this is going to Japan, this is going to India, this is going everywhere. So, you know, when you hit this server, this is essentially an optimal worldwide web server here implemented in JavaScript. Is this big enough? Let's see. So I just want to curl this and examine this a little bit. So, you know, it's HTTP2. We're here in Salt Lake City, so we're getting responded to by US West 3. It's at the edge, so to speak. And yeah, this is what I mean by it should reduce to the simplest possible thing. If you want to have like a little A/B testing service, why can't it just be 4 lines of code? Why do I need to add a package JSON file and a lock file and a configuration file and deploy it to GitHub? Like, some things are inherently simple and small. Now to find my presentation again, which is weirdly gone. Okay. Right, so anyway, that's a little Hello World server. Let me give you something a little bit more realistic here, which is my personal blog, tinyclouds.org. So, you know, I don't blog much. Like, I just want this thing to be as simple as possible. Like, I want to manage it in Git, of course. Like, I'm not going to use some web editor thing. I want it to be managed in Markdown. I do a lot of code examples. I want syntax highlighting. I want that rendered server side, of course. I want everything rendered server side. I want no client-side JavaScript at all. the source code in GitHub. I want the beautiful Vercel/Netlify experience of like, opening a PR and getting a little preview URL. I want it at the edge, and I want deployments to take less than 10 seconds. So let me just open this up a little bit here, and I'm losing internet. Good God. Let me try using my phone. There we go. Okay, so this project has essentially one JavaScript file. It has one JSON file, which annoys me. It has two random files here that kind of annoy me, and then it has a post directory with some markdown in it. Let me just, I'm here in this directory here, so it is fairly minimal. If I kind of cat or bat this main.js file, essentially it's pulling in all of the complexity from this import, just like in the HTTP server example. All the complexity is hid behind the API. And what's left here is just some configuration, right? Configuring my name, configuring the author. I like to have a gray background. I have some Google Analytics stuff in here, by the way, using Google Analytics server side. Awesome, not client side. Some redirects, whatever, some middleware. This is 25 lines of configuration, but I would argue this is fairly necessary configuration. This is the only code in the entire project. So if I run deno task dev, this starts up a little local version of this, and I can view it here. And what I want to do is just make a little change here and kind of demo what the kind of workflow would look like. So I'm going to change my blog post here, JavaScript containers, and insert some JavaScript code. And save that, and then come back here. Okay, of course it's updated, auto-reloaded, lovely. This is, as I said, whatever. I can open up DevTools and show you that this is server rendered. There's no JavaScript on this page, so all the syntax highlighting kind of comes for free. By the way, remember, the only code in this thing is the 25-line configuration file. But now let's, this is localhost. This is not deployed globally. Let's now kind of see how fast it takes to reflect this worldwide, right? So my tinyclouds.org JavaScript containers it does not have the weird code snippet in there. So I'm just going to comment something, remix demo, and I'm going to push directly to main because, like, who cares? This is just my website. And what I'm going to do is just let's see how long this takes here. Okay, so let's see, push, and it's pushed. So I'll just reload 1, 2, 3, 4. Come on, 5, 6, 7. Okay, all right. So I don't know. You guys are web developers. I'm sure you guys push code to production. What I'm arguing here is that this is a 10-second deployment worldwide, and that this is optimal. This is very optimal. And we have some trickery to do this. And what I want to do is with the rest of my, whatever, you can also look at this in DevTools and see that it has a 100 performance score, et cetera. Again, my little blog post, my little blog site is not a real world app, but I do think that it demonstrates kind of the dream stack, so to speak. So I think we're facing a post-Unix future, actually. So serverless edge runtimes like Cloudflare Workers and Deno Deploy are very cheap and very fast. And this performance and simplicity is achieved by using VA isolates for multi-tenancy rather than Linux VMs. And so my prediction is that for us to maximize the utility of these serverless these serverless systems, that web frameworks are soon going to be built on top of the primitives that those server-side runtimes expose, rather than node primitives. Cloudflare Workers is not Node.js. Deno deploy is not Node.js. We're not quite there yet, right? Remix can compile to these platforms, but it's not built from the ground up for these platforms. It does not run, when you do Remix build, if I remember correctly, that runs locally in a Unix environment, right? It probably spawns subprocesses. There are no subprocesses in Cloudflare Workers, right? It's a simpler abstraction. We have this little project at Deno. Luca built this fresh, which is not a web framework that we're really promoting or intending to utilize long term, but more of kind of a demo of what kind of this post-Unix web frameworks might look like, and how you can achieve 10-second deployments and how you can achieve very cheap, very fast websites. And so, I have a bit of a call to action for you all, is to demonstrate that Remix can be deployed like this in 10 seconds. I'll give you a hint that the build step needs to be just in time instead of ahead of time, right? When you git push some code and you have GitHub Actions, say provision a VM and then run npm install or remix build, that's going to kill you. That will not happen in 10 seconds. So to really achieve this super fast deployment, we're going to need to move the build step from ahead of time, that is when you commit the code, to just in time, on first request. That's what's happening in this blog. That's what's happening in Fresh. Just a word about Deno deploy. I've built 3 JavaScript runtimes in my life. The first was Node, the second was Deno, and the third is Deno deploy. This is a completely new JavaScript infrastructure, right? It's really built for serverless at the edge. It's running in 32 regions worldwide. It powers things like Netlify edge functions and Supabase edge functions. So it's kind of behind the scenes operating in these places. I would say, Remix has Deno deploy support now, so you can run this create remix command with the Deno template, and it works. But this compiles to Deno. It's not Deno first. And so, I think there's still some work to do here to really achieve these 10-second deployment times, and kind of see the post-Unix world that I think is going to quickly approach us here in the next couple of years. So yeah, thank you, and you feel free to come up to me or send me an email. Thanks.
Is it still working? Okay, everyone can hear me? Cool, okay, awesome. Ryan, thank you so much for that. I was really looking forward to your talk, especially since I'm sure most of people here know that Ryan is the creator of Node.js, which is like, ooh, that's really exciting. So thanks so much for giving us that awesome talk that was very informative. I'm sure, like me, most of you learned a lot from that. Before we move on, we have a couple minutes, so that gives me time to kind of talk a little bit more, which is something I kind of wanted to do. I just was thinking about I think earlier I mentioned that this is my first in-person conference. We had another speaker here who it was her first time speaking at an in-person conference. Even in Michael's opening talk, or his opening keynote, he mentioned how our world changed a lot because of the pandemic. These used to be really common from what I hear, and they haven't been happening as much lately. So I just wanted to see By raise of hand, how many people, is this your first conference like since the pandemic started, like first in person? Wow, see, that's amazing. And it's my first time experiencing an in-person conference ever. And I hope that everyone is having an enjoyable time, getting to connect with actual people instead of doing it through Zoom or through Twitter or through a screen. So yeah, I just wanted to say like thank you for everyone being here, like to share this experience with me. It's really special to me. So yeah. But anyway, I won't talk anymore. I think it's time for us to move on to our next talk. We actually have a round of really quick, really informative lightning talks. And up next we have Nick Small, and he's going to talk to us about Remix 3D Blast. So Nick, you're up. Is Nick here? Yay.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nick. I'm a director of front-end at Firefly Health. Before that, I spent a decade at Shopify, created the short-lived Batman.js framework, deployed React apps in Afghanistan for the US Digital Service. So basically, I am 100% unqualified to talk about 3D on the web. Very important point, I am not an artist. Every asset used here is a freely available online asset. I will link to all the sources in the show notes, but I have used all of these techniques in a production Remix app that I've deployed. So here's the stack we're going to be looking at. WebGL is a super low-level API exposed by the browser. 3JS builds on top of that. It's an incredibly powerful JavaScript library that abstracts WebGL into something more usable. 3 gives you a scene graph and manages all of the actual rendering for you, but it's still a fully imperative API. You have to initialize all of the scene objects yourself, so it's still pretty low level. Moving up to the React layer, React 3 Fiber is a very cool project that takes everything exported by 3JS and wraps it up in React elements. This gives you a canvas component that implements a custom React renderer, like an alternative to React DOM. As you can see, this gives you a much more expressive, declarative API. You can build up your scenes just like you would with regular React DOM nodes and build reusable components. It's much easier to understand. So what would you use this for? First use case, progressive enhancement on a normal React page or website. So this very slide is actually just a normal HTML rendered Remix page. Let's add a few terrible art examples to it. We can add just a single animated element to a page, or a big animated hero section. You can replace text and headers with custom rendered and animatable 3D text. You could even replace the whole background with some interactive glitch art of Salt Lake City mountains. But we're here to talk about Remix. So use case number 2 is integrating all of this into a Remix app using a small library I'm calling Remix 3. Let's do a quick walkthrough. Let's say we're building an e-commerce site with Remix to sell, I don't know, Remix stacks. Yes, this is the single most contrived example I could think of. So let's start with a super simple, super standard Remix index route that's listing all of our stacks from the database, but adds some 3D progressive enhancement. First, I'll replace this boring text header with a canvas component. And I'll use that same loader data from outside the canvas to render some assets inside the canvas. We'll load the 3D objects using the use GLTF hook, which is just kind of the standard file format for 3D on the web, and then pass that loaded geometry and materials into a mesh for each stack. Okay, but all that we're using the loader data here for is to set the number of meshes to render. I'd like to actually integrate the loader data itself into the scene. So now we're replacing the WebGL material that was loaded by default with a new texture that we're dynamically loading based on the loader data for each stack. And this is exactly what Remix is for, right? Bridging your backend data into your front-end rendering. Now, it just so happens to be in a canvas instead of in the DOM. Now, of course, we need to actually get from the index route to the detail route, so the first Remix 3 component we'll look at is link 3D. This implements the exact same API as the regular Remix link, but it wraps the object in the 3D scene to participate in Remix navigation. So I get pointer events, mouse pointers, and if I click on it, I get a full Remix page navigation without a full reload. So here's our detail page. First thing, like normal reactivity from outside the canvas can be reflected inside the canvas. And yes, I know TypeScript does not actually add any kilobps. Contrived example. Okay, so the Remix cheat code, right? I want to integrate nested routes inside my scene. So I have this nested author route, scene or stack/author.tsx, that I want to render into an outlet inside my canvas. Here's the outlet inside the canvas, but watch what happens when I click the link to try to load that. Whoops, you render an outlet inside a Remix element, or you must render an outlet inside a Remix element. The problem is that most Remix elements rely on a lot of context providers that Remix and React Router set up. But React through Fiber creates a completely new rendering context that doesn't have access to any of those. Luckily, I've provided an easy utility in Remix 3 called Use Remix Bridge that basically replays all of those contexts inside your canvas. So now not only will outlets work inside a canvas, but all your hooks like use location, use loader data, use matches, they'll all work. Let's reload the page and try it. Cool, there we go. Now you can see that our nested route shows up. But you know what? I didn't really like how intrusive that big error message was. And Remix is really good at handling this with things like catch boundaries and error boundaries. Wouldn't it be cool to add an error boundary inside of our canvas? Here's an example. It's basically just a normal catch boundary, but existing inside the canvas. Kent has graciously agreed to help out with this example. So let's see what it looks like if we throw an error from our loader. Sweet. Thanks, Kent. I don't have time to do a squat right now, so I'm going to remove the error. So it's neat that we can render 3D text through a nested outlet, but hey, if I have that avatar of Kent, it'd be even cooler if I could load specific authors' avatars directly. But the avatars can be dynamically set by the authors, so we don't know what to load at compile time. Here, again, Remix can help with resource routes. Here's a resource route that, for example, uses Prisma and S3 to fetch a user's previously uploaded avatar, then streams it back to the browser as a GLB file. It's just a normal Remix response object. You can set any headers on it that you normally would, like maxage or etag. The last integration point I want to talk about is that this all works with Remix's great optimistic UI. Here, we're using use transition to start an animation when the user submits a form. Ready? Wow. Rad. So that's just a tiny taste of what you can do with 3D and Remix with Remix 3. I'll be open sourcing this library later today. Thank you very much. Go Remix.
I keep forgetting that my mic is working, so I don't have to stand at the podium. But thank you so much for that. That was very entertaining, very cool. I think all of us are kind of like interested in 3D stuff now. I definitely want to try some things out after this. So thank you for that. I'm sure everyone like me found that cool. That was really cool. Like, I want your slides so I can look at your animations later on. Okay, so we're going to keep it moving. Like I said, this is the lightning round of talk, so everything's going to move pretty quickly. So we're going to move right ahead with Eric, who's going to talk to us about Web Vitals, the importance of measuring a user-grade web experience. Let's give it up for Eric.
Can I hear me? Yeah, there you go. So that was a kind of long name, though. So I changed it at the last minute. Let's see. It should be working. Yeah. All right, just a second there. Okay. Right. Hello. I guess with the talks that been today earlier about Web Vitals, I'm going to talk a little bit. I wanted to ask, how many of you know what a Web Vital is? Raise your hand. All right, and how many of you use it on production? Well, I know Ken does it, but yeah. All right, so hello. I'm Erick Tamayo, and I am here to talk about, you guessed, Web Vitals. And I'm a senior front-end developer at Shopify, and I am the creator of Metronome. So I like to do analogies with this. And so the simplest example that I could find is, imagine that you are downloaded a large file. So the feeling or the experience you may have, it's pretty simple. Like if it downloads fast, we could feel nothing, we could feel good, could feel excited, but if it takes more than we expect, it could be annoying, right? So if we change the situation, but in this case, we are visiting a website, how we can determine what a good experience is versus one that it's not. So experiencing a website, it's a little bit more than download speed. Other factors can affect that experience, and to measure it, we use Web Vitals. So Web Vitals are meant to provide a simple way to understand how good or bad the experience is, the experience a user is having visiting a website or website. So Web Vitals are split into two categories. The first one is the core Web Vitals, and the other category is, well, the other Web Vitals. I didn't name it, it's just the way it is. So I will focus briefly on the first three core Web Vitals because time, and what can affect them and a few ways to improve them. So the first one is what we call largest contentful paint. I'm sure you've seen it earlier, or LCP. So what it measures is perceived load speed, or how do we feel the speed of the website. So it marks the point of the page that has it likely loaded, and we can start interacting with it. So the factors that can affect LCP, these are four, but obviously there are more. These are the ones that I felt more important. The first one is our server response time, how long it takes to respond to serve that web page, and having server render blocking JS or CSS, and also how long our resources takes to load, and even client-side rendering. So to improve it, what we can do, and Ryan were talking about earlier, is first is deploy our website as close as possible. We have a bunch of new technologies like Cloudflare, Netlify, and Vercel that we can achieve that cheaply and easily. We should also preload our essential resources using link prefetch. And lately, please cache your assets. Use the cache control. That improves a lot the LCP. The second one is first input delay. So it measures interactivity, or how responsive is our web page or feels to our users. So the leading cause that affects FID is heavy JavaScript execution. What this means is, or what could be happening is that we could have a big JS bundle, we have third-party code that takes a lot to load, even waterfall fetches affect that. So to improve it, the first thing that we can do is split our code and just get what we need at the time and defer the other part of the code. Also, we can, again, reduce network trips by, yes, caching. And the last one is cumulative layer shift, or CLS. So CLS measures visual stability. So what it means is how much the page elements jump around unexpectedly on the page. So The most common cause for a poor CLS is not reserving the images space or videos that haven't loaded yet. And also content insertion above the existing render content without user interaction, ads, and animations that change the layout. So to improve, what we should do is always include the size attributes on our images or videos. And also, if we don't have the size at the time, at least reserve the space for that. And try to not insert content above the existing one if the user hasn't interacted with it. So what we should be measuring Web Vitals. So Web Vitals directly correlates directly to increase our user engagement. It minimizes our bounce rate, and by the way, it increase our conversion rate. Having good Web Vitals increase our growth and last our revenue if that's our target. So finally, shameless plugging here. I made Metronome so you can track Remix apps Web Vitals with ease. You can take a look at metronome.sh, or if you want to watch Kent's Web Vitals, you can visit metronome/demo. And yeah, thanks for having me. If you have any questions, I'll be on Twitter. You can follow also metronome.sh. And yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much, Eric. I was actually one of the people who didn't raise my hand when you asked if people knew about Web Vitals, so I found that talk extra informative. Hopefully I'll remember most of it, but I took some notes on my phone just to like keep track of the vocabulary so I can like research it later, so thank you so much for that. I was reading your bio on the website, on the Remix Run website, and it's really cool. I was reading more about Metronome, and this sounds really fancy. Whoever wrote your bio did it really well. So it says, Eric's currently developing Metronome, which is a tool for real user monitoring. I don't even know what that is, but its acronym is RUM, specifically for Remix. So that's really, really cool. And I'm glad that you got a chance to talk to us here about your tool and all the kind of cool stuff that you're doing with that for Remix specifically. So thank you. Thank you so much. So we're going to move right along to our next talk, which is going to be given by Scott, which is called Making Slow Responses Seem Fast with stale-while-revalidate. Scott, the floor is yours.
All right, how are you doing? Good on microphone? Okay, welcome. So yeah, this is Making Slow Responses Seem Fast with stale-while-revalidate. I'm Scott Smirchak. I work at UDisc, the app for disc golfers, and we just launched udisc.com, or a new version of it, all on Remix, and it's pretty amazing. So let's get into it. So stale-while-revalidate. This is something that, as we've been talking about levers that you can use to kind of make trade-offs, this is a really good one in cache control, and I think the best way to describe it is to just look at the RFC from May 2010, which was a while ago, but now it's starting to come around. So when present in an HTTP response, the stale-while-revalidate cache control extension indicates that caches may serve the response in which it appears after it becomes stale up to an indicated number of seconds. So what does that mean? How does that work? So we have a cache control header, and you need two pieces to use these levers, so max age and stale-while-revalidate. So with max age here, this is telling us that the response is considered fresh for 60 seconds. So anytime that a browser makes a new request for that, or your CDN receives a request, it will just return that response again because it's fresh. And then the stale-while-revalidate is telling you that after it becomes stale, for another 30 seconds, you can still return that same response, and it'll revalidate it. And so that's how we can return that response really quickly, even though it's stale. So then after that 90 seconds is over, it's now considered a miss, and we won't ever return that response. So let's look at this demo here. So if we look at this is running on Vercel, and it is going to be making requests, and we can visualize what's on the server, the next payload that it will send, what's in the CDN, and what's in the browser. So let's look at our first request is going to be a miss because we haven't populated anything into the CDN. So we get a butterfly, the CDN is going to cache that, the browser sees the butterfly, the server will send a CD next, hello Rachel, and we'll go from there. So let's make another one. This one's stale, so we're going to get the butterfly that was in the CDN, but the CDN is going to make that revalidation request, get the CD back. So the next time we make a request, we'll get that CD. And it'll keep revalidating. If we make it really quick, we'll get a hit, we'll get that lightning bolt, and we can keep doing this, stale, revalidate, and so on and so on. So let's go back. Okay, so can we use this? So let's look at the remix targets. So things like Netlify, Vercel, Fastly, they have these CDNs built in. It's a great aspect of their service, and stale-while-revalidate is well supported. Cloudflare pages and workers don't have support for this. The CDN itself does have some basic support, so that's something to look forward in the future. But if you're using Fly.io, Express, or Architect, you're not going to have any support. You're going to roll your own, maybe bring Varnish or Nginx to add your own CDN. From a browser standpoint, they do have some support for this as recent as 2018, 2019. So modern browsers and some on mobile. It's not all there, and you don't get all the benefit of a CDN in that case, where it's only that user's browser that's caching it. So stale-while-revalidate is really best on the CDN. So let's look at what this looks like in Remix. All you have to do is use your loader. When you return JSON in your loader, you just add a headers object in the options and say cache control, max age, and stale-while-revalidate, whatever options you choose. Just a note here that smax age is for shared, so that tells only the CDN to cache this, not your browser. You can also cache the route itself, and in this case, you can use the loader headers to use the same cache control values that you already specified in your loader. Some useful values that you might want to use, so for example, if you want to keep data really fresh and never have latency for something that's slow, but you want to be really up to date, just set a really low max age and then a decent revalidate period. So 1 and 59 keeps things up to date every minute. For something that maybe updates once a day, like some statistics or something like that, you can set an update period of like an hour, and then a stale-while-revalidate of like 23 hours. Always keep in mind that it's the total time that you can have it be cached for. And then lastly, if you want to simulate static content, like for a blog or something like that, you can have a really low max age, which will keep it fresh for like fixing typos, but then have a really long stale period, like 31 days. So use this to make those API responses that are really slow seem fast. Thanks.
Wait, can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, I think I went out for a second there. But thanks so much, Scott, for that informative talk. We are coming up on lunchtime, our favorite time of the day. Again, I think we should give all of our speakers who have spoken thus far a big round of applause. Yeah, that just makes sense, right? Because we've had a really smooth sailing morning thus far. So yeah, appreciate all the speakers for helping us learn more about Remix and performance and web vitals and caching and all that kind of great stuff. So before we move into our lunch break, there were a couple things that I just wanted to run through again. Like I mentioned this morning before the conference started out, when you registered for the event, you should have gotten your backpack, which had an envelope with money in it for lunch and a QR code on the front that will, if you scan it, will give you access to our Discord. So the important thing about Discord is that there in the channel, I have the name right in front of me this time, Conf-Food. There, Kent has outlined a bunch of, pointed out, I should say, a bunch of different local restaurants that you can go to for lunch. And then you'll also find some people who are also going to those places, so you can like not go alone and you can get the chance to network and meet people, make friends and all that kind of stuff while you eat. So just check that out as far as lunch goes. But yeah, we are going to be breaking for lunch. We'll be back in a little over 2 hours at 2:25. So everyone enjoy lunch. And I'll see you all in a couple hours.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm going to wait for a couple people to come back inside. I think some people are funneling in. I hope everyone had a good lunch. Me and a few people got to go to a place that had great, delicious Greek food. I hope everyone else got to go somewhere else where they had some delicious food. A lot of fun, like get to talk to people, have good conversations, make connections, all that kind of good stuff. But yeah, we're about to kick off the second half of our Remix conference. I hope everyone has been enjoying everything so far. Hopefully you've got a chance to talk to some of the people at the booths outside, all that kind of good stuff. But without further ado, I'm going to invite our next speaker. I want to make sure I get your talk title correctly, so let me read it. Our next speaker is Vic, and he's going to talk to us about building tech for social good with low-code tools. Vic, the stage is yours.
I'm trying to find my mouse. 1 second. All right. Hello, I'm Vic. I'm a staff software engineer at Eventbrite. On nights and weekends when my kids are asleep, I'm also an indie maker. What this means is that I have a bunch of side projects and I get to play around with cool stuff that I might not get to touch at work. My talk today is actually about building tech for social good with low-code tools. It's the origin story of one of my indie projects. Okay, let's see. If I can figure out how to change this slide. What's happening? That's not good. Okay, cool. We're gonna go back here. There we go. All right. Thank you. I was hoping we could all wait till the end, but that works. Okay, first some definitions, right? Low code is kind of that mix between software that you write entirely in an IDE and software that is no code. This sort of weird definition is something that I came up with, but I'm sure there's better ones that exist out there. Maybe I should go back and change the title to like some code, but I'm not gonna do that right now. Honestly, okay, so let's do the next definition, I guess. Social good, right, is typically defined as something that benefits the general public or creates a positive societal impact. This is as opposed to being created entirely, purely as a way to generate profit. Not that profit is a bad thing. People have to pay their bills. But code is expensive, and no code is expensive. I'm very proud of this slide. This is a room full of mostly developers, I assume. Most people who are watching this right now, except my kids, are probably developers. It's difficult to help people on a limited budget. Like when you're on a limited budget and you're on time, it's difficult to help them make an impact when you can't give up that much of your time, right? On the contrary, if you try to like create something that is entirely no code, that's a bit of a recurring monthly subscription cost that you have to figure out and take care of. And you know, there's just more points that can break when all those integrations happen. This means that a large number of businesses
still actually rely on snail mail, bank checks, and faxes. Go back, yep. And I mean, there's this conventional startup wisdom that says that, you know, you should go find businesses that use fax machines and you should go compete with them. And he's not wrong, but point number one here, right, is a lot of profit. And there are a lot of businesses out there that just cannot afford to pay you to do crazy things like that, to go over there and compete. And really, do you want to compete with like a preschool? Do you want to start your own preschool? You know? So, whoa. Okay, there we go. So, story time. This actually is where, you know, my story of what I did starts. A few years ago, we enrolled one of our kids in a preschool, and I was just shocked at how much paper that we had to deal with. The application form was paper. The allergy info that you had to do was paper. The payment that you had to do, oh, there's more. Look at that. Emergency medical info, what allergy your kids have, you know, and then there's like the medical history form that you got to take to a doctor, and they got to fax it in, or you got to pick it up from them and then take it back to the school. And then it says, okay, registration is due on a certain such date, right? Like it says, address an envelope to yourself, and then print all this stuff out, and either mail it or drop it off. And then you got to make sure that medical record also gets to them. And then they will notify you in writing, like actual, this is the thing, I'm not making this up. We then got a piece of mail that said, congratulations, your child has been accepted into our preschool, right? It's sort of ridiculous, but this is actually how most of this country still operates. And it's just nuts. And then the part that's missing in all this is you also have to write a check, and you got to go drop it off in this envelope, in this box with a hole in it, and you hope that they got it and that no one else got it. And then you don't really know if they're going to cash that check or not until your kid gets into school. It's so fun thing. So what happened was I didn't think any of this was out of the ordinary. That's the other problem. I was like, yeah, that sounds fine. You know, yeah, 5 pages of forms. And then what happened was, so this took 20 hours times 3 people, and this was 65 hours long. And how do you solve a problem like this, right, on a zero budget? I can't tell if that's the real timer or that's the before all the problems started timer. Anyway, so a new director started, and she said, hey, I'm drowning in paper. And I emailed her, and I said, I'm good at software. I build workflows. And she was like, yes, please, I'm drowning in paper. So my whole thing is, so the MVP that you build of something with low tech is you focus only on the front end. Just shed scope. You know, don't build anything with the back end. Your users don't care about the back end. So why are you focusing on the back end, right? And that's kind of the universal truth. Users absolutely do not care about your back end. If your back end was a text file, but your front end was amazing, your users will still love you, and you'll make $1 million. But not if you, you know, you're working on preschool. But you know, do you have time to build out a whole back end? You know, then this talk isn't for you. You know, you should go do that. By the way, I'm showcasing. So this is Excel, which works actually perfectly fine. If you want to have your form dump everything into Excel, it works perfectly fine. But that's not a database. But it will work perfectly fine. But what I actually ended up doing is creating a much better developer experience and user experience by dumping all that stuff that people would put in these forms. And actually, big shout out to Erik Rasmussen if he's here, because the entire front end was just React Final Form. It would just dump JSON, and I would just put it into Airtable. Let's see. But you know, you don't have time to implement filtering and grouping and pagination and stuff like that. Just use something like Airtable. Or, you know, I'm giving a lot of shout out to Airtable here, but use whatever you want, right? So let's talk about what happens after this. At this point, basically, parents were happy because they could just fill out a form on their phone or on a computer. They didn't have to go anywhere. And this was pre-COVID. And all this stuff just worked. The school was no longer, you know, taking 65 hours to do this thing. This used to take 65 hours, and then it became 4 hours. And I just didn't bother building an MVP version 2. Let's see. When you outsource scope like this, you can iterate super, super fast. COVID happened, really fast form. I don't know what the actual time count is, so I'm going to just speed through the next couple in like 5 seconds.
Okay, not all problems, though, can be solved by self-hosted forms. Sometimes you need to do things that are more than just a form submitting to a database. So recently, we had a no-fuss fundraiser at the school, and previously they used to raise something like $2,000–3,000. But when you make it really easy for parents, when you make it really easy for people, they will donate insane amounts of money if they don't have to get up off their butts to do stuff. And they ended up raising like $70,000. There are other small shout out here to Everfund. They're here somewhere as well. They're a no-code donation platform. Anyway, you can do a lot more than just help preschools, even though that was my example. I also run a beer festival, and why this matters is that so all of the money for that goes towards benefiting prostate cancer or scholarships for people, and even that is built with Airtable. That's it. Anyway, move fast, do good things, work on things that give you good karma for cheap. And being able to work with low-code tools means that you don't have to invest a lot of your own time. Thank you so much. You can find me on Twitter.
Okay, thank you so much, Vic, for that. That was awesome to see how you were able to pull all of that together with low code. Next up, we have Ben, who's going to be talking to us about expanding Remix with Rust. So Ben, I want to invite you to the stage. Is Ben here? Okay, cool. He's here.
Thank you. All right. All right. Everybody hear me all right? Great. So my talk is about extending Remix with Rust. And to start you off on this journey, I kind of have to mention one of my formative JS career paths at one of the first companies I worked at. I was supposed to onboard users, and we had a process that was manual, or at least semi-manual, and we needed to automate it. And it involved taking a lot of JSON, a lot of data, doing a bunch of computations, throwing it in all the databases, doing all the work that you have to do for that. And it wasn't very fast. And being a Create React app and being written in JavaScript, I didn't really have too many options too many levers to pull. If you've been to the workshop yesterday, you've been here earlier today, you can kind of imagine what I ended up doing. Spinners, optimistic UI, skeletons, all that stuff is great. But at some point, the user is going to stop paying attention to the thing and just eat you, or stop using your app in this case. And that's pretty much the feedback that I got. I must go faster. So I'd like to expand a little bit on the idea of progressive enhancement, that maybe sometimes JavaScript is not enough and that you should consider writing it in Rust or a different language that can do those tasks faster. Why would you want to write it in Rust? Well, it's a very fast language. It's not C, but it's as fast as C. It offers memory and thread safety, which is great if you ever run into race conditions, because I hate those. And it's very productive. And developers have loved it. Every year, the Stack Overflow developer survey, it wins most loved language. Last 7 years running. So they're doing something right over there. Companies also tend to love it if you pay attention to that stuff. Pretty much everybody is talking about either rewriting or writing it in Rust, which is really neat, considering, gives me some job security. But I'm here to talk about Rust with Remix. So if you want to use Rust in your Remix app, it's actually really easy. You can either compile it into WebAssembly and then run it on either the browser or the server, or you can compile it into a native module that gets called from Node exclusively on the server. That's what the process looks like generally. Rust gets compiled into something else, and then it gets processed through a tool that auto-generates the JS wrappers you need to use it easily. It's really made my life easy for the most part. Once we got it into Remix, which was not as easy. This is the process that you would use if you were going to install something like that. It's pretty straightforward. Install Rust. Install the tool that generates the JS. Create a new project, add some code, build it. Ship it, right? This is what the Rust would look like, a very simple function. It's pretty much pure Rust, and then you just decorate it with a macro that will auto-generate all of the JS stuff for you. This is the WASM version. The native version pretty much functions exactly the same way. It just has a different macro that you have to call. So if you go for one of these and you decide you want to do a different one, it's really easy to change. And here's how you would use it on Remix. On the server, at least, it actually gets created as a node module. So you can import it exactly like you would any other node module. And use it in your actions and loaders and pass in and out JavaScript data and all the fun stuff that entails. The browser is a little bit trickier, though, because the browser doesn't support loading WASM, and you kind of have to have WASM in memory, WebAssembly in memory to use it. So you have to use a use effect. Not a huge fan of use effect, but I haven't written one since I started using Remix. It's really nice until his workshop, and then I had to write a bunch of them. WASM's great for a bunch of different things. Games, there's a huge gaming community that writes their stuff in Rust, compiles it to WASM, and loads it in your pages. You can take the things that are hard for you and move them from your server to their computer and save all of your money, which is kind of fun. And you can do all sorts of intensive things. The 3D talk earlier doesn't use Rust, but there's a similar Rust way to do that, so it's pretty neat. Lots of possibilities there. It's not actually native performance. It's close to native performance, but it runs in a virtual machine and it has some restrictions. So if you do need a little bit more native performance, you can write it in a native module, which will only run on the server, but essentially runs on your desktop or your server. So you have full access to everything that you could ever want, and it's slightly faster. So I've been saying that it's faster a bunch. Let's throw out some actual numbers to kind of support that. I took a 20 megabyte JS or an image file, and I converted that into bytes and stored it in a buffer. And then I wanted to hash it with SHA-256. If maybe you want to keep track of the file changes and you want to store that in your database, right? And then I ran it one time each in a remix loader, and I timed it each time, and I went to see how long it would take, right? So, pretty substantial change. This is one file, right, with no other load, no latency, anything like that. And already, native is 270% faster than a pure JS implementation was. And WASM's 234. So you can get a lot of benefits out of that. There are sample projects and PRs that you can check if you're interested in looking more at it. I'd like to thank the maintainers and the Remix team for inviting me here. And I can't wait to see what you guys come up with. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out on Twitter or whatever resource you have. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Ben, thank you so much for giving us that information about Rust. Rust is one of the languages that I've heard so much about that I still have yet to try, so now I want to try it even more. But let's move on. Next up we have Greg, and his talk is titled Full Stack Fast, Data on the Edge. So Greg, I invite you to come onto the stage.
Hello, I'm going to talk about data on the edge. But first, my name is Greg Brimble, and I work on Cloudflare pages. And to get started, I'm going to talk about the evolution of web architectures, how we got to where we are today. So the canonical example is sort of a classic server-side rendering app where you've maybe rented a server in Virginia, and it's got your database and your rendering logic all in one place, and you have visitors from all over the world, for example, this browser in France. So in order to actually visit the website, the browser is having to make a request to your server, and that's maybe taking 50 milliseconds. And then the server's got to return a response, which may be taking another 50 milliseconds. This is just the speed of light. This is the bare minimum that you get. There's no other overhead. So already you're taking 100 milliseconds, which is a noticeable delay before you can even start to render the page. You haven't delivered any bytes yet to the browser. So Jamstack came along and then decided to try and fix this problem, this slow time to first byte. And instead of having everything co-located in one place, what they did was they broke out the static assets and served them on a content delivery network, a CDN, like Cloudflare. And that means that the browser can make a first request just to one of these CDN locations and immediately start rendering the page with the HTML, JavaScript, or images, or whatever it is that they have. And then for anything meaningful where they need some data, you can make a request back to your database. But this is sort of what gave rise to the spinners and the skeletons that we see all over the web today. So the next sort of stepping stone after Jamstack was these sort of edge data platforms that came about, like Fauna. And they operate their own networks, like CDNs, and then they deliver your data from multiple locations around the world. So the idea here is that your browser can now just make a couple of requests, one to get your static assets and one to actually fetch your data. But the idea is that they're close and nearby to where your browser actually is, so you don't need to hop all the way across the ocean to render your app. So today, what's now possible is something like Edge Data SSR, where because these CDNs are becoming more powerful, where you're able to actually store data on these CDNs and also run actual compute. Remix is able to take advantage of this, and you're able to, in a single request, render your entire app through just connecting to the nearest CDN location. And this is obviously pretty much the most optimal configuration you can have for serving content to users. But because you've now got your data distributed all around the world like this, you sort of come up to some new problem, which is a classic computer science from the CAP theorem, which basically says that you're allowed to choose 2 of these 3 properties of your data. Partition tolerance you pretty much always need. That just says that it's tolerant to network faults, like dropped packets or whatever. So you're left with either consistency or availability. Consistency means that your data is kept synchronized, it's always up to date, and availability means that it's distributed around the world and is therefore really fast for anyone who wants to read it. So let's say you're building like a ticket booking application like Ticketmaster, and you have multiple different types of data in your app that you want to serve. For example, the categories of events, like different music genres or whatever. These are maybe appearing in your nav bar, so they're being read by pretty much everyone who visits your website. And they're very infrequently updated. So you probably want to store them with high availability so that they're really fast for anyone who's reading it. Something like the events of your actual app is maybe starting to blur the lines a little bit, where they're getting updated more frequently than categories. But in the scheme of, in the grand schemes of like this data talk, it's actually still quite infrequent. You're maybe only updating them once a day or whatever, and if you have a little bit of inconsistency, where someone's maybe 60 seconds or something out of date, it's not the end of the world. So you'd probably still want to go with availability or high availability for that. But let's say you've got, like, you're taking bookings for your events, and you have a limited number of seats in the venue, then you absolutely need to guarantee that you're not double booking that seat. So in that case, you want high consistency rather than the availability. And you're going to sacrifice a bit of performance there, but it's what you need to do. So with all of that in mind, I'm really excited to announce that we are going to be launching soon Cloudflare's Disco Stack for Remix, which is going to be, thank you. And that's going to let you take advantage of all of these different types of data for your application. It's not ready quite yet. We still have a couple of things to get ready, namely resource provisioning. And what this is going to do is going to let you, let us detect what types of resources you need for your project, and then walk you through the provisioning of it for your deployment. So no more reading like 100 steps in a README or copying and pasting API tokens or whatever. It's going to be a really guided workflow. So yeah, really excited to sort of get this in the hands of you guys. I'm going to leave you with this tweet from Michael. I hope he doesn't mind me paraphrasing too much. But the idea is basically when you're designing your data model, you really need to think about how you can push your data as close to your users as possible, whilst having just as minimal consistency as you need in order to improve the performance and ultimately the user experience of your app. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Greg. We really appreciate that. I think we're all also looking forward to the release of Disco Stack. That sounds cool and interesting. Before we get moving on to our next talk, I quickly want to take a chance to do something a little different. I'm going to ask everyone here to to actually stand up if you can. Please, do me a favor, stand up. I think we all are maybe a little tired after lunch, after a long day of learning and taking in information. So I just want us all to like stretch a little bit, if you can. Yeah. Doesn't that feel good? And you can let go. Okay, thank you so much. Okay. Yeah. Okay, everyone can have a seat now. I hope we all feel a little bit more energized now, like we can actually pay attention and stay awake and all that kind of good stuff. But yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks for stretching with me a little bit. Let's get the show started again. And we're gonna invite our next speaker, Arisa, and she's going to talk to us about remixing your UX, let me get this right, remixing your UI and UX to another level. Let's invite her to the stage.
right. Can you hear me? Awesome. Thank you. Hi, hello. And yeah, I hope you're enjoying Remixconf as I do. Do you? Right? Thank God, I hear a huge yes. Thank you. That's what I was expecting. So anyway, besides from that, I'm here for you today to share with you the information of how you can remix your UI and UX into another level. And before I go into that, my name is Arisa Fukuzaki. You can call me Arisa. I'm originally from Japan, Hiroshima, but currently living in Germany for 5 years. But don't ask me about my German skills. It's really awful. Anyway, yeah, at work, I work as a developer relations engineer at Storyblock. And yeah, like today's conference, I give, for example, tech talks in various kind of conferences. Also, like we are focusing on for improving user experience. So, but besides from that, boring part, because of course you could expect that I'm gonna introduce about myself, what I do at work, but I want to introduce about myself in more personal level. So yeah, I'm an ambassador at Girl Code. So Girl Code is an organization to empower women to transition in their careers into tech or start to work as developers. And just recently, I was able to become a Google developer expert in web technology, as well as I strongly believe in communities, because that's where I was able to gain my skills and knowledges rapidly. So I organized a Japanese tech community called Lilac. All right? Earlier in the beginning, I promised you that I'm here to share with you how you can remix your UI and UX to another level. How exactly I'm going to share with you today. So I came up with the idea, okay, why not to share with some real story that I have experienced. And to start with that, let me start to say with this couple of few sentences. So UI and UX, these things are actually in everywhere. It's not something that only being limited to the developer society or tech world. That's something that, for example, when you were like getting on the airplane and then like waiting for example, until to arrive to the airport, whole this experience and the journey you will have, that's also UX. Let's say like if you want to watch the movies during on board in the flight, you will see the user interface, right? So based on that, UI and UX, these things can make you feel very happy, but at the same time, very sad as well, or even sometimes being mad. And we are going to see why together, based on the true story. So we are going to see Lost in an Island from bad UI and UX with horror emoji. But don't worry, I cannot watch horror movies, so it's not going to be horror. So, as I told you before, this is a real story that I have experienced. So, I was traveling a nice, beautiful landscape in Sweden. So, me and my boyfriend, we decided to discover beautiful islands in Göteborg. Why not? To conclude our last day of the vacation, it's perfect. So we went there to take beautiful photos like this. But of course, when we are going to travel to islands, there's 101 you need to keep in your mind. That would be like checking your next ride to go back to the main island, or to go to the next, islands to discover more. So, as a passenger, I got on a ship and got off from the ship. I was able to find this building, which looks like port or station. And of course, I would expect that there would be a timetable that I can take a look at my next ride. So far, so good. And here's the timetable. You can see that it's real. You see some of the shades. And in here, I have no clue what is written because everything is written in Swedish, but it doesn't matter because I believe that, worldwide, to check the time, it's written in numbers. So we got off our ship around 1 p.m., so our next ride is something like 2:46 p.m. Okay, so we have more than an hour to discover an island, so we did. We took nice photos, and just to be sure, because we would like to, be prepared extra, So we went back to the port like 15 minutes before. And look what had happened. The ship just left us, you know? It didn't look like, you know, they were going to stop at the port at all. Instead, they just like, boom, just went away without paying any attention at all. So at this moment, I clearly realized that there must be something very important information I missed. So I went back to the timetable and look what it was written. You need to give a call no later than 30 minutes before your departure. What? Right? I want to see that. How many of you could guess that I had to give a call no later than 30 minutes before of the departure I wanted to take? I want to see that. Okay, I see a few, but clearly I think that I don't need to feel I'm the only one person like missed this information. I would say although it was written in a foreign language that I don't understand, first of all, I had to realize that right next to the timetable, there is a tiny, small capital T to, for some reason, guide you to the bottom, and then telling you that this very important information. So I was like, okay, but let's try to be optimistic. There has to be another ride, and thank God, there was a last ride of the day. But when I took a look at the time, it's 3 hours from now on. So, of course, I wanted to enjoy my last day of my vacation, not being stuck in an island. So this is literally me. And I'm not happy at all. And this is inside of my mind. I honestly thought I could turn myself into a golem or whatever, you know? But then I still try to be optimistic. I kind of like try to train myself to be. So I kind of hope that maybe like this very calm, wave sound with seabirds, with quiet environment will calm me down. But no, it's not. I'm unhappy because I need to wait for 3 entire hours with nothing else, no human beings around, but only empty summer houses. It means that we didn't bring any food, we didn't bring any drinks, so yeah, it's awful. But it's not like in the end, I couldn't go back to the main island. Yes, I was able to go back to the main island. However, my entire journey, to enjoy the last day of my vacation in a beautiful island ended up in really bad experience. All right, so here's the message what I wanted to tell from this, real story, Lost in an Island. So great UI and UX can make you feel very happy. If you want to, for example, achieve the things you wanted to have, or if you could get the things you wanted to have, plus if you could get extremely, let's say, nice, cool experience, you're gonna remember this, experience as in a good way of unforgettable, memories, right? But what if, in the end, you could get something what you wanted to have, but at the same time, the experience, whole journey to, achieve the goals that you wanted to get was awful, then even if you were able to get something you wanted to have in the end, you're not gonna be happy. Maybe you're gonna think about okay, I'm not gonna go to travel to Sweden anymore because my experience was awful. So let's transition, this Lost in an Island story into the technologies you like. I'm pretty sure everyone here in this room have favorite technologies or tech stacks of their choice. This is one of the examples of my favorite tech stacks. So I love Remix and Storyblok, and let's take a look at why. So starting from the Remix. So look at this. Remix is very fast and resilient. And you can already see that from very simple, let's say action in here. I'm just simply try to, up and running the local host to start to build my Remix project. And usually I came from I got used to, with the, let's say, few longer seconds that I will have even, enough time to make coffees to wait, my localhost will start to run. But no, Remix doesn't give you that time. Maybe if you're about to stand up to go to the kitchen and to make the coffee, no, it's already done. You don't have time. So this much how Remix is very fast and resilient. Moving on to the Storyblock. So Storyblock is a headless CMS, and it has the real-time visual editor integrated in it. Plus, you'll be able to enjoy a reusable component based on the atomic design methodology. Means that you can reuse these components. At the same time, you can nest all of the components each other in there. And the rest of the talk, I'm going to show you one demo project that I have built. So this is the Remix Storyblock blog project. I need to pronounce it right. If you want to take a look at in your environment and test it out, here's the QR code. You can take a photo, or if you prefer URL, there's the link. All right, to get started, to play around with this demo, first of all, I want to create the link between Remix and Storyblock, because by default, of course, we don't have the connections to each other yet, but you will be able to create such kind of connection with very simple 3 steps in under 2 minutes, I promise. If I exceed, you can say boo. Anyway, so first, there is the step 1. So let's create the brand new Remix project. You can run this one single line of command, npx create remix, add like this. And then next up, we are going to install one SDK that is provided from Storyblock side. So you can just simply install by running the command of npm install storyblock /react. First step is done. So second step is, well, by clicking this magic link, then you will be able to clone a project that is provided from Storyblock side. The reason why I offer this option is because, well, if you don't do that, then you need to create, for example, the components by taking a look at this demo example, and then there's going to be manual work. It's not fun, right? So to reduce your work, you can simply just click this magic link or make a photo of this QR code, and every component that you need, and even the page templates you need, because this is the blog project, you need to have the templates for, let's say, like each blog post and for each blog post. So you will have everything up and running. All right, we are already at the last step. So in here, we are going to add the preview API key token that is provided from Storyblock side. In here, all you need to pay attention is just 2 APIs that are provided from Storyblock side. So the first API is called Storyblock init. This is an API to initialize the Storyblock API. And the second API that is called API plugin, you can set this API plugin in use property. If you do that, then you can say that, hey, I want to use this Storyblock API. If you don't want to use it, you don't have to set it. Okay, I hope it was in under 2 minutes. So next up, we were able to create the connection between Storyblock and Remix, right? In next up, we want to create more in advance, let's say, logic in here. So I want to create the logic to be able to create components dynamically, and then I want to enable, all the components to be editable, so that whoever want to make the changes in Storyblock side, they will be able to make the changes on the fly, and they can see the change in real time. And to do that, we are going to call or pay attention the 3 APIs that are coming from, again, Storyblock SDK that we just installed. So first one, Storyblock init, you already know that. We already took a look at together. So second API is called Storyblock component. So this is something that by calling this Storyblock component, you will be able to already have the full logic of how you're going to conditionally return if the dynamic components are being rendered, then you want to render. If not, then you don't. And yeah, the last API is called Storyblock editable. So you're going to see how you can use this Storyblock editable to make each component being editable. And this example, you can see that. So first of all, let's pay attention to the Storyblock editable in here. So what I'm doing is that wrapping, let's say, the components that are going to be dynamically, being rendered. wrapping with the stored block editable API. So by doing so, you will be able to make these components that are going to go inside of this page template to be dynamically editable. So the users will be able to see the changes on the fly in one screen on the visual editor. I kind of forgot to mention you, sorry. This is the page template example. So what the users can see from the stored block visual editor side is that they can see on the right-hand side of this screenshot, there is the template called page, and on the right-hand side, there is a field type called blocks. So this block field type can contain whatever kind of components that are going to be defined. So as developers, we don't have to concern or worry about what kind of components, let's say, your content editors are going to define. We will let them to have full flexibility to decide. And in here, we can see that, okay, there's a stored block component API that I briefly mentioned in the previous slide. So this stored block component, you can see that it's being mapped, right? But why I already know that I can map these rest of the components that are going to be defined dynamically. And here's the secret. So from stored block, you can see the draft JSON file or a published JSON file if you already published the content, but I haven't yet published. So this is the draft JSON that you can see all the data path you will need to, implement into your source code. So you can see that the data path is starting from story, and then the next path is going to content, and inside of the content, there's the body. We took a look at together this body is one of the field types that you are able to define from the stored block visual editor, right? And inside in here, you can see that it's an array object. And each objects are the components that, let's say, the content editors can define from the visual editor. That's why I already knew that I can use the map. Moving on to a little bit smaller scale of the components, such as, let's say, molecule or even atom, if I describe based on the atomic design methodology. So in here, I am creating the teaser component. So first of all, let's make it editable, right? So I wrap the components with stored block editable API, and then the rest of the work that I need to do is, first of all, I can pass, the beginning of the data path we took a look at together in the previous slide into this block prop. And the rest of the path, I just need to, just connect it together after this block prop. And that's it. There you go. And as a final step to complete, to create the logic of these dynamic components, I can just pass these, names, technical names of these components into this components property in there, and don't forget to import. All right, we were able to enable the full feature of the visual editor. So let's take a look at in an action. If I want to change, let's say, this Hello Remix to Hello Remix Conf 2022, you can see the changes in real time, of course, right? And if I want to change, let's say, the orders of these feature components that are nested inside of the grid, by the way, you also can create such kind of layout easily. I can easily do that. And of course, the bigger scale of, or bigger level of the components to change the orders, that's also very easy to do. If I want to keep the current progress and not to publish, I can just hit the save button and then share the current progress to the others. Congratulations, now you enable the full feature of the visual editor on stored block. But hold on a second. There is one more very important feature that we are missing in here. We don't have yet the logic that to create, let's say, dynamic routes, and even with the nested routes structure. And to create that, there is a very useful feature from Remix. And this is one of my favorite features because, for example, if you don't use splat routes, you will need to create, for example, a folder inside of the route directory, says, for example, contact. And inside of this contact folder, you need to create another, let's say, file. For example, has contact-us.ts, etc. So this way might not help your, let's say, the content editors to create nested routes, right? Plus, we want to make the create the logic to create dynamically. And if you use splat routes, you just need to create one single file, which has the name of $. And here's an example. So I know there are a few lines of the code, or more than a few lines, but all I want you to pay attention in here is just the 2 APIs that are coming from Remix side, and only 2 green highlighted lines of the code. So this use loader data API that is coming from Remix, time's up, okay, I'm gonna be quick. It returns a JSON parsed data from loader function that I define underneath. And yeah, this loader function is actually a backend API, and it's wired up through already this use loader data. So in the end, you can just call this JSON API coming from Remix so that you do not have to write, for example, like new response and then setting headers as the second argument, etc. You don't need to do that. And for the splat routes, let's say handling, in this first green line of the, let's say highlighted line of the code, if you log, let's say this params parameter, with the square brackets and the strings of the asterisk, whenever you go back and forth between different pages, you will see that every single like fully nested routes are being logged out. So this is the logic I have implemented in here. And let's see in an action in the end, and I promise that will be the last one. So let's create, for example, something very easy, non-nested route, contact page. So I decided to give a name in here. Don't worry about the error in here. It's because we haven't yet decided what kind of components to use in this, let's say, contact page, and we haven't yet filled out any values at all into each field types. So as soon as I filled out these elements, and now I can see the contact page is up and running. And let's take a look at the nested routes. So first of all, I'm going to create my photo gallery, let's say nested route page. So I'm going to create a folder, has the name of photos, and inside in there, I'm going to create nested route that is going to show as photos/photos. So that's how I name my, let's say, page inside of this photos folder, and let's choose the template. And let's fill out the first value in this titles field type, and let's hit the save button. And now you can see that, okay, this page is up and running, so I can fill the rest of the content inside in there. So I can complete my photo gallery in here. Right. So you saw that good UI and UX will give you fast, smooth, and very organized experience, right? I don't think like some of the people don't like to have fast, smooth, and organized experience, right? I hope so. If so, I want to interview. Anyway, so as a last message, I want to tell you this. So you can, to be honest, achieve your goals with any kind of UI and UX. That's true. In the end, you will be able to get whatever kind of goals that you wanted to have, but what it does matter the most in here is the experience, your whole journey as developers, and for users experience. So let me conclude, or let me finish my talk by asking you this one single question. Which experience do you want to have? Do you want to be happy, or do you want to be sad? That would be all from me. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Arisa. I really loved your story, even though it made my anxiety go up a little bit thinking about if that would what I would have done if that happened to me. But it really drove the point home that, there we go, that UX experience is UX and UI is very important to build products and projects that people actually enjoy. So let's move the program along. I want to invite Daniel to the stage now, and he's going to talk to us about magically creating forms and actions with Remix Forms. Come on stage.
turn that around so the mic is
Can you help me?
outside.
That's it? Hello? Can you hear me? We're going to be talking about forms today and a library I created because I got tired of having my users lost in an island in Sweden. Thank you, Arisa, for that. My name is Daniel Weinmann, and I'm a founder and CEO at Seasoned. And at Seasoned, we're a dev shop building great apps with Remix. We also have a booth right around the corner, so if you haven't gone there yet, please come chat. We are totally in love with Remix and have a lot of engineers to geek out about Remix nonstop. And I want to kick things off today by stealing a slide from Ryan's talk at Reactathon. And as you're going to see, I'm going to remix the slide afterwards as well. And what a great slide, and what a great segue from Arisa's talk, because what Remix did for us, it raised the bar in terms of what we can achieve with our UI and UX, and also what we must now achieve, because we can provide great experiences in the same time or less that we did before to provide a worse one. And in that spirit, I want us to think about our forms experience and what we need to do to provide a great form UI and UX. And as an example, we're going to use a hotel reservation form, very simple one, nothing fancy, but I want you to think for a second, what does this form need to do to provide a great UI and UX? And I'm going to share with you my take on the 10 things this form needs to have. Of course, we could have a list of 100 things that a great form UI UX could have, but those are the 10 things I believe we must do nowadays. And here's our to-do list for implementing this form. This form needs to make the reservation, of course, needs to store the data so when people check in at the hotel, they are expected. It needs to redirect us when successful to a thank you page or a confirmation, whatever. But to achieve that, we need to coerce form data into structured data like numbers, dates, whatever. And form data only speaks strings, almost. We also need to validate on the server, make sure we only store valid reservations. And I'm going to argue that we need to validate on the client as well, because if the user is on a slow internet and they have to wait for the entire round trip between client, server, and back, just to know that they didn't fill a required input, it wouldn't be a good experience. We need pending UI just to let them know that we are submitting the form. The form needs to be accessible to everyone with screen readers and all. We need to focus on the first input with error whenever we have an error. And also, we need to do it for server-side errors. For example, if I submit a login page and I get back from the server a sign-up page, for example, and I get back email already taken, I should focus the email field. And last, just as a way for us to think about the small things that matter when building UIs, a small example, when I click the label, it should focus the input. Most of you must know that if you add an ID to the input, it will take care of it. But a small example. And now it's time for us to get to work. We're going to start by building from scratch all this functionality. But I'm not going to walk you through the code today. If you access this link, you get the full code and running examples for all the steps of the way. So feel free to play with it or play with it afterwards, of course. But the first thing we're going to do we're going to build that form UI in a quick and dirty version, and that version has no validation whatsoever. So you submit the form and pray for a happy path, right? 59 lines of code for the quick and dirty version from scratch. But we are making the reservation for the happy paths, at least. We are redirecting on success, and because it was such a low-hanging fruit, we are also clicking the label with focus input. Next, we're going to use Zod, which is a library built by Colin McDonald, who's there. So a shout out to Colin. And Zod is a great parser that will parse our form data, our input actually, and return typed data if successful, and a structure error if not. So we build server validations with Zod, and we end up with 88 lines of code so far. But we lost the make the reservation because now it fails every time because we're not coercing form data yet. So when we coerce form data, for this case, we end up with 92 lines of code. But now we're halfway through our to-do list. We need 5 out of 10. Next, we're going to use yet another friend of ours, React Hook Form, to add client-side validations. React Hook Form is a great library that integrates really well with Zod. So we will just pass the same thing we use for server validations to React Hook Form, and we'll get 114 lines of code, but validations on the client and focusing on client-side errors, because React Hook Form does that for us out of the box. Next, this is beautiful. We were at 114, right? With 4 extra lines of code, we have pending UI. Never before Remix, I was able to do this with 4 lines of code, and I was verbose in my code. I could have done it with 2. Then we have 2 things left: accessibility and focus on server-side error. Accessibility takes a lot of lines. So we end up with 190 lines of code, but we are providing a good experience for screen readers, like errors, invalid fields, required fields, all the best practices for accessibility, and we are at 190 at the moment. Last, we're gonna, I don't know if David K is here, but yeah, we're gonna use effect, unfortunately, and focus on server-side error, at this example at least, and end up with 215 lines of code. And we're done. Congrats. We have a great form UX built from scratch, right? Because we had Zod, we had Remix, we had React Hook Form, and so and so. And now I want to introduce you to Remix Forms. Remix Forms is a full stack form library that helps us make the whole round trip between client, server, and back with all these features we discussed. I'm not going to walk you through the code in detail right now. You can check the link below at all times. But basically, the first thing we do is we create a Zod schema for our form. And a Zod schema is like city. We have 3 options of city there. You have dates. We have numbers. And a few of the numbers must be positive. We have an optional string, etc. Next, we're going to use yet another library that we created. It's called Remix Domain, yet another library whose creators are here. Let's see, Diogo and Guga are there. And Remix Domains will help us keep our business logic separate from our loaders and actions. And it's a dependency for Remix Forms. That's why we're looking at it. Using Remix domains, we're going to create what we call a domain function, which is basically our mutation of data. And we're going to, just as a joke here, if someone asks for too many towels on the special request, we're going to throw an error. But if they don't, we're going to store the data. It's a little bit, the contrast is not very good, but instead of console log, we would save the data in a database or something. And then we're going to build our action in Remix. And with Remix forms, all we have to do is call this one function called form action, pass the request, the schema, the mutation, which is the domain function we just created, and a path for when we're successful. And it will take care of the whole backend for us, just this. Last, we're going to add one line to our route component. That form there is not Remix, it's Remix forms, right? And that one line will get us to an auto-generated form with just 32 lines of code. And it does it all for us and more. All the items we were expected, and a few more. But our form looks like this. Not exactly what we wanted, right? So with a few extra lines of code, we can pass children to form and wrap some fields in divs and end up with our beautiful original layout again. And that leads us to 52 lines of code to provide the same experience we had before. 52 lines of code, it's 24% of our original from scratch 215 lines, 4 times less. And it's even fewer lines than our quick and dirty, no validation whatsoever, pray for a happy path version. So we end up with, again, less code, better UX, right? Thank you. And thank you, Ryan, for giving me the right to use this quote. But now I want to talk a little bit about less code, better DX, because our developer experience is at least as important as the user experience. Otherwise, developers will get tired of building it all, and they just won't build the great UX we want. One of the things we have that's so powerful with Remix Forms is that the customization API is powerful, flexible, yet it uses convention over configuration at all times. So if you don't want to customize something, you don't need to. But there's another aspect of this, which is the type script type safety goes from end to end. And I'm going to show you a slide here where we experience that. Check out on the right, we have our field. And when I'm typing the name of the field, I got autocomplete for all the fields we have because we used Zod and Remix domains for that. And if I change the name of a field on our backend, this is our server function, check out what happens on the right. We got an error there. You have no idea how many times while building the from scratch version that you guys have access to at the link, how many times I misspelled a field name and only found out when running the software and had to come back and fix a typo. That if I was using Remix Forms, I wouldn't have this problem at all. So less code, better DX as well. And to top it off, I just want to show you another thing to keep on the trend of disabling JS. That's a common thread here today. Let's see what happens if we disable the JS on our form. This is the custom layout, 52 line of code example. I'm disabling JS, and I'm going to also use a very slow 3G connection. Now pay attention, I'm gonna make a mistake here to generate an error. I'm gonna ask for 0 bedrooms and see what happens. Pay attention, we're connecting to the server, making the round trip without JS. Did you see the focus there? How the hell did you do this? If you want to find out about this, you please come talk to me and the guys, and we'll tell the secret. But what's more important to me is to talk about how incredibly grateful I am for Remix, because Remix made us, I don't know, something that we had to cross a huge bridge between client and server. The chasm, the network chasm was there, and now the chasm feels like just something we can skip over and do something like this. It's not that, just like you guys say, it's not disabling JS that matters, it's the fact that we have progressive enhancement for the times when JS is not working. That's only possible because Remix made this magic for us. So thank you, and let's chat.
Okay. Alrighty. So I think we should give Daniel another round of applause just for the 52 going from 215 lines of code to 52 lines of code. That was like mind-blowing for me. So that's like awesome. Okay, so let's move on. We have our next talk, which is going to be given by Jon, which is called Incremental Remix. Let's invite Jon to the stage.
How did you all know this is my favorite song? I'm so excited. It's awesome. Well, I'm really excited to be here. You saw my avatar. It's actually an older photo. I've been meaning to update it, but I need to get the hair a little longer because I can't change it until I have a better mullet than the old one. So it may take a little while. But yeah, I'm Jon. I work at Netflix. Excited to be here. I'm going to talk a little bit about incremental remix. Just a quick intro about myself, though. I've been at Netflix for about a year and a half, and I work on the developer experience. So I work on a team in the Studio UI organization, and we help engineers there remove friction, be more productive, and focus on delivering value to the Netflix studio so they can get better content out faster. But I'm going to tell a story about a time I worked at another company. This company, they're really big into data confidentiality. I'm not going to say their name or give too many details, but I'll say they're a bookstore. And they sell some other stuff online, like clothing and keyboards and cloud services. And they employ somewhere between like 12 and 2 million employees. But my team, I loved working with this team. They were awesome. It was a brand new team. Half of us were new hires. The other half were transfers. And we managed some apps and services that were used across the company. And right in the middle was this big Grails app. Now, I don't know if you know what Grails is. It's a web framework that's similar to Ruby on Rails, but it's written in Groovy, which is a language for the JVM. And so the promise of it is you get the expressiveness and flexibility of a language like Ruby or Groovy, but you get the, the performance, stability, and ecosystem of the JVM. The problem was none of us had written this app, right? None of us knew Grails, none of us knew Groovy. There was no documentation, so coming in it was really rough. And the local dev experience was painful too. It would take like a minute to start up the server, about a minute to run a unit test. The app itself was this server-rendered jQuery spaghetti with like Bower and old Webpack, and it was really gross. It was awful. And it was slow, right? You go to run your tests, you go to do a build, and it would take minutes, and the deployment was even worse. And this thing was very complicated. It was like a pile of side effects. So you change one little thing, and then everything breaks, and it was just really bad. It was, and I get it because I've built apps, and I know that over time things get more complicated, but it's a really tough situation to be in. And so we were not having fun, right? And maybe this sounds familiar. Maybe you all are working on apps like this. You've been in this boat before, maybe worse, maybe different, and other bad ways. And we often wonder, okay, how can we get out of this, right? We have this horrible thing that, I'm sure there were good decisions along the way that got to this point, but how do we get out of it? And it's rough. And then Remix comes along, and it's amazing and sparkly and mind-blowing, and you're just excited, and you say, okay, I want to use this everywhere. This is awesome. But how do we get from here to there, right? This is a big question in the middle because I have this crusty old Grails thing or whatever, right? What do I do? And so there's two things I want to talk about here. One is the technical problems, but before I talk about it, I want to talk about the people problems because that's more important. And you're not going to succeed at the technical stuff if you don't get the first part right. So, we might look at Remix and say, okay, it's amazing. I know I want to use it, but we're probably not working in isolation. We have a team. And so we need to think about who that is. Do we have to convince our dev manager? We have our peers, get them on board, excited about it. Think about product and design, QA, deployment, infrastructure, all these things, because all of these individuals will have other perspectives and other priorities, and we need to make sure we understand the things that they value, and we need to understand the things that they're worried about, either with the status quo or with how we might change it as we go swap out a bunch of things. And then what do they not care about? And so as we think about these questions and we think about the audience of who we're going to sell on Remix, that'll help us in two ways. So the first is we'll really have a better idea of, is this the right thing for our app, for our company right now? Hopefully it is, but it might not be. So it's good to be honest about that. And the second thing is it'll help us frame it in a way that's compelling, right? So if your team cares deeply about the user experience and the web vitals and these wonderful things we learned about today, but actually they don't really care about server rendering and turning off JavaScript, that's fine. I mean, Remix has a very compelling story over here. You tell that, and that can really help sell your audience on it. But more importantly, you can't just tell them about it. You got to really show them. And so there's two big things I want to talk about here. The first one is data and metrics. So we saw a lot of great stuff today with like web page tests and all these wonderful things we can do to understand how our apps works today, right? So we really want to get good numbers as far as what is the user experience like, what are the builds and deployments like today, and what can we do to figure out what that will look like under Remix. So build some demos, build some POCs. You can't just go rewrite the whole app, but maybe you can take a small thing that's representative of what your app does and take your app and then redo that small slice in Remix and get some real numbers on what that looks like. So one thing I've done at Netflix is build a few demos, right? So a couple months back, there we go, too many tabs, sorry. Okay, how's that size? Let me go up a little bit. I'll go one more. Okay. I mean, the content's not super important here, but the main things I want to call out, I built an app that I wanted to make it pretty representative of how apps are built in Netflix, right? So the things I'm using here are standard Netflix tools. I'm using the component library that we maintain internally for studio apps. I'm talking to actual Netflix services to get this data. And so some of it's GraphQL, some of it's REST, right? And so this is my information because I'm logged in and another user sees something else. And then this is deployed on standard Netflix infrastructure that UI devs use day in and day out. So that's one thing, trying to make it as close of an approximation to what a real app is like. And then the other thing is I actually have a more representative real app here because it's the same app, but written in Create React app, which is kind of the default for a lot of teams in Netflix. So we can compare them. They're identical, apart from some text. We can do these things. And then you can get an apples-to-apples comparison of what is the code like and how does it change as far as DX goes as you're writing apps. And then we can also see how does the performance change. So we'll pop open the network tab here. And yeah, I mean, you've seen demos like this before, but it's just fun to see it, especially if it's like your stack and it's your type of stuff. How does it actually look? So Remix, we reload. And I'm on slow 3G, but it's pretty quick. The bottom part took a second to pop in, but that's a problem in the component library with some use effects, which, as we've learned today, we don't want to do, right? So we'll fix that, but the data's all there, the page is all there very quickly. Create React app. Refresh. Oh, if I hit the right shortcut. Let's see. So you get your white screen. Okay, oh, there's a spinner. Okay, oh, another spinner. And then the last one for that nested route. And you can really see the difference night and day, right, as you highlight these different components and see how the data loading is affected by this cascade approach. So I want you all to kind of think about this as you're thinking about your apps. What sort of demos or POCs could you do to really showcase how Remix is going to help your app be better? All right. The next thing is make it dead simple, because you can do demos like this, but if at the end of the day, it's hard for your team to actually incorporate that or use it day in, day out, it's not going to be successful. So you can't really rewrite the whole app immediately. That's going to take some time. So we need to do something incremental so we can do it one piece at a time. And we need to make sure it's very easy. So we look at Remix and we say, it's awesome, it's so easy, like what's the problem? The problem is you have this crusty legacy app. If you have to go do a whole bunch of like CloudFormation, CloudFront, origin stuff to add each route for your new thing, like that's not ideal. You want adding new Remix stuff in your old thing to be just as easy as it is in a brand new Remix app. And so on that note, we want to try to automate, build scripts, do whatever we need to do to make this as smooth as possible. So another thing I've done kind of in this sense, in this area here, when stacks were announced, one of my coworkers said, if we make an internal to Netflix Remix stack, we don't call it the chill stack, I'm quitting. So I did not want him to quit. He's awesome, right? So I said, okay, cool, let's make some stacks. So we've got a couple stacks that we use internally. It's still very much early days of Remix and Netflix. But there's the chill stack, which is just the basics. And then the big band stack gives you a whole ensemble of things that you might want in a typical app. And so that looks like this. So you generate a new app. It spits you out a nice README and the whole structure. And the app actually has all of those things that we saw in that demo app I built and a little bit more. So if we go look at it, this is one I spun up. And let me make it a little bigger here. So this is running on Netflix infrastructure. So you run that Create Remix stack, you push the commit, and then it's deployed to a couple environments. And you're pretty much ready to go. So you have the standard links you get in a Remix stack, but then a couple of those sorts of demos, right? So using actual backend services in the ways that Netflix developers do. And then even more advanced demos, which I now want to go rewrite with Remix forms, because there's some, it's not as good, right? It's not as fancy, but still, it's just fun to be able to have this stack ready to go and then see, yes, it actually works, right? I can do my little thing here, and I can turn off JavaScript, right? And it all still works, and it's really fun. So yeah, if I could type correctly, right? So as we've seen before in a lot of demos, it works wonderfully even with JavaScript turned off. All right, so demo. Okay, so we've talked about these different things and ways we can kind of bring our audience along, get them excited about Remix and make it easy. But then the question is, we have this crusty old app, how do we make it easy? And so there's a few kind of high-level things to think about. This will affect your strategy for what you do to make Remix possible in your app. So how is this thing architected? Is it server-side rendered? Is it a single-page app? Some collection of things? Do you have any kind of CDN? Think about your UI, right? Like maybe it's not even a React app at all, and so maybe that's more of a migration than an upgrade. But again, there's different strategies we'll take depending on the answers to these different questions of how we build and test and deploy our apps. And so I kind of look at it as a spectrum here, right? On the far left, you've got things like React Router single page app. That's actually a very easy upgrade to do to get onto Remix. And then on the far right side, you have like a legacy black box you never want to touch again, and you just kind of want to route around the damage and build new things, and gradually replace it. And so the answer to both, though, is great. It's provided by Remix, right? Routing is the key. And so we'll see how that works. Okay, so React Router single page app. The idea is you upgrade your app to Remix and you gradually move routes. And the Remix team put together some awesome stuff on this recently. There's a great guide and a sample repo you can go look at. So I won't spend a lot of time on it. But the quick summary is you just install Remix, you do some root route stuff, some catch-all stuff, start bundling with Remix so you get ES build, and then you just move over routes one at a time. And it's a great, easy process to do, and you're on your way. Okay, what if you have React and it's a single page app, but you don't have React Router, or you have some other kind of router? This basic approach can still work, right? So if your app has a router, I've got a little rhyme that'll help you remember it, right? Go back a slide and follow the guide. Okay, so it's pretty easy. The same guide works. There may be a little nuance with the router you're using, but it generally works pretty well, and I'll show a demo in a moment. Okay, what if your app doesn't have any routing? Like, okay, you might think, well, that's more complicated. It's actually not. The rhyme is more complicated, but the solution is just as easy, right? So you go back to the previous slide, follow that glorious guide, make routes with aplomb because routing's the bomb, and Tim Berners-Lee will feel pride. So if I had more time, because I like to Photoshop stuff, I would have done a little eye roll here, but next time. All right, so here's a quick demo of a non-React Router single-page app. This app is using a different routing library called Wouter with a W. It's actually a thing. And you can see I have my old app here with a few pages, right? And not a whole lot going on, but page 2 and page 4, I'm using their route component. And then I have right here my main Remix app. And so I just have a catch-all route that points to that old app root component, right? And so we go look at that. It's not the prettiest app, but you've got, here we're on page 2, we can go to the home page. And as you can see, page 2 is old, page 4 is old. That old app text is coming from that main app component of the old app, but it works seamlessly. You can navigate between them. All right. Okay, now everything else. This is the big one, right? So this could be other front-end frameworks. This could be like kitchen sink things like Next. This could be server-rendered Rails, could be anything. And so you've got a few options that you can try. And there's actually, you can even mix and match depending on what you want to do and how much of the UI you want to move at a time. So option 1, and this is really good if you're in the prototyping phase and you're trying to sell your team, is the old app still owns the routes, right? You can incrementally migrate nested routes and layouts, and you can either do that by proxying or iframing your new Remix app, right? So if you have, your team is like super cautious and they don't want to introduce a new thing and stick anything in front of your app, you could kind of try it incrementally this way, but then hopefully move to one of the other approaches. So the second approach is maybe you have a CDN, maybe you have some sort of reverse proxy in front. That can own kind of these app-level route boundaries. So it maybe doesn't own all of the routing, but you could say like, oh, this new URL products, that's going to be in Remix. And so you control that at kind of the CDN layer or the proxy. And then the third option, which I recommend, is, oh yeah, and I kind of skipped that little note. The third option is Remix owns the routes, right? So similar to the very first approach, but it just flipped around. Remix owns everything, and then you decide how exactly you want to load your old pages and routes. So a note on what do I mean by proxy and iframe. Okay, so proxy, the full request comes into your app. It takes that, it says, okay, I know this URL should be handed off to this thing over here. Give me some data, give me an HTML page, whatever, and then bring the response back and send it to the browser. One note about this is because it's entire pages at a time, if you have any navigation or shared layouts or components, you may need to find a way to either duplicate those or share them across the apps. But if you're going from one React framework to another, oftentimes you'll have good success sharing those components or reusing them. Okay, iframe. So you embed one app within another. So essentially it's a browser window within the browser window. But if you do it well, it can actually feel very seamless to the end user. And this enables some more incremental approaches. So, and it also lets you only have one nav or layout at a time, right? So we'll look at some demos of that. So the first The first one is the proxy approach, right? So if you're going to proxy in Remix, a fairly straightforward way to do that is to have a loader and an action in a catch-all route, like we have here, and they have a proxy handler. And I've got a link to the code in a little bit. This is not the best proxy handler. I slapped it together, but we can make something a little more robust and get it, do the job. But this works well, as we'll see in a demo in a moment. So the idea is that a request comes in, we know it should actually go somewhere else, and we go make that request to wherever it needs to go and get the response and send it back. All right, iframes. Similar, but instead of actions and loaders, we're doing a component, right? And so we have a component that looks a little bit at our current URL and has a little bit of state to know what's happening, because there's some complexities around navigations that happen within the frame versus above it. And so we do a little bit of post-message fun to know what's going on. But all told, it's like 60 lines of code, so it's not terrible. And we have an iframe that then loads the code, or loads the page on the other site. And then you can use that component in your catch-all route, or you can go use it anywhere you want. For example, here I've got like a dashboard URL, and I want to actually conditionally show either the old or the new UI based on some kind of user setting. And so since we've kind of pulled this more into the component side of things instead of actions and loaders, we can have that lever, and we can really be really intentional about which things we load and at what level. All right. So I mentioned before I had this crusty old Grails app. Now this was a few years ago. It was before Remix. Those were darker times. But we had Create React App. We had CloudFront. We had a lot of things that worked well. We had React Router, of course. And we actually pulled this off. We did some of these same strategies, iframing and proxying, and we were able to gradually, I shouldn't say we did it because I think it's probably still in progress, but we came up with a strategy to move our worst pages that were the slowest and the most touched and all those things into this new framework, and it worked really well. And it made for a very seamless user experience. Unfortunately, it's closed source. I don't have it, but I do have a crusty old Rails app. So the app I'm going to show you, this is Canvas LMS, and I feel justified in saying it's crusty and old because I worked on it for like 6 years, and I helped make it crusty and old, so I'm partially to blame. I'm actually wearing a Canvas shirt right now. So, but yeah, this is Canvas. It's a lot of code, right? You look at this, just Ruby alone is like almost 1 million lines of code, ignoring comments and all that stuff. Lots of JavaScript. TypeScript is on its way up, but it's tons of stuff. This thing is super complicated. And this is what Canvas looks like. So it's a learning management system for universities and schools. It's got tons of stuff, like tons of nested routes. I should have pulled that up because there's the routes.rb file is massive. There's just so much stuff it does. But it's powerful, and it's a very fully featured application. All right, so in the next tab, I have Canvas behind Remix, and I proxy to it. So what I've done here, you can see the left nav looks a little bit different. This is Remix Conf. It's not CSS Conf, so you can see it's honestly, it looks really bad. Okay, so we'll move on. But I have a new dashboard. I've decided I want to do some different things on the dashboard, but my loader is going and getting my courses from the API, and I've even implemented a new route, so I can go see, oh yeah, here's a cool nested thing. But now if I navigate up a level to Remix 101, the name of this course, I'm actually back on an old page, and I have the old nav here. And so depending on where I navigate in the app, I will see either the entire old UI or the entire new UI. So that does require us to sort of duplicate these different components or find a way to share them, which if you're using React may not be too bad. Okay, iframing. Same page, one minor difference. I mentioned that dashboard thing, right? So here we can actually do something like, well, I don't like this new dashboard. I'm going to go back to the old one for a while and stick with that until they fix all the UI bugs in the new thing. And this gives you a lot more flexibility because you can have those little levers at various points within your app and decide if you want to show the new thing or the old thing. Additionally, as we navigate around, you'll see that we are always on the new nav because now Remix owns the page. And so the only thing that's the iframe is this right here. I've got the outlet, then the catch-all for that route there. So it gives you some fun ways to gradually move your app. So yeah, the links or the code for these last 3 demos, it's up here on GitHub. So it's under my GitHub. If you can't remember that big long URL, just remember the first part, and it's the top pinned repo on my profile. I don't have the other Netflix ones available, but if you want to see them, just come by and I'll show you on the laptop if you want to see the code for that. And some parting thoughts. Remix is awesome, so are you, and so go make awesome stuff.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I'm looking forward to seeing you and your mullet, hopefully next year at Remix Conf 2023. Hopefully you'll be able to grow it out by then. But we actually have our afternoon break coming up for about 25 minutes, a little less than that. But before we part for that, I wanted to take some time to just give a round of applause to our AV team and the live captionists and all the photographers. They have been working really hard to keep everything running smoothly, so I just wanted us to show our appreciation for their hard work. But yes, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back. I'll see you all back here in about 25 minutes. Okay, it's 4:25. It's 4:25, so it's time for us to get started again. I'm gonna wait for some people to funnel in and take their seats and everything so we can get the conference back up and running. I can't believe that we're almost at the end. We have less than an hour left. That went by so fast. I feel like it just started. But we're already getting ready to close out, which is, that's kind of crazy. It went by so fast, but you know, time flies when you're having fun. I think I'm gonna wait for them to close the doors to kind of close off the noise from outside. Can someone close the doors, please? Anybody? Just to handle the noise a little bit before we get started again. Thank you, thank you. Okay. I just want to make sure that we'll be able to hear our next speaker clearly. So I'm gonna wait for the doors to close. Okay. Okay, good. Some more people are coming in. Sorry for the delay. I just want to make sure that we have some quiet. Okay. Okay, good. Now, it seems like a good time to introduce our next speaker, who is Sarah. She is going to talk to us about outstanding search experiences with Remix and Algolia. So come on stage, Sarah.
All right. Can everybody hear me? All right, really cool. Hi, my name is Sarah Dayan. I'm an engineer. I work on front-end libraries at Algolia. And today, I want to show you how to build truly outstanding and resilient search experiences. So, by show of hands, who has never heard of Algolia before? Not much. I'm happy with that. Well, for some who don't, for some who have never heard of Algolia, you may not know about it, but you probably know what search is. You've seen it on media sites like YouTube, on e-commerce sites like Amazon, and obviously on Google. And an essential feature that these big sites share is great search. They have many developers working on search full-time, making it fast, forgive your typing mistakes, or even answer natural questions such as, who won the World Cup? Oh, okay. Something happened. Right. I've got a spinner on my Mac. Give me a second. No, not working. let's go to monitor maybe.
Go to your settings up there, there's little bars here. Then
Yeah, it's distinct.
mirroring.
Yeah, it's the right one. Oh, okay, that's good. All right, pretend you haven't seen anything. It never happened. Loophole. All right, let's start over for those who are not here. So, my name is Sarah Dayan. I'm an engineer working on front-end libraries at Algolia. And today I will show you how to build truly outstanding and resilient search experiences. Again, by show of hands, who has never heard of Algolia before? Very few people. So you may not know Algolia, but you probably know what search is. You've seen it on media sites like YouTube, or on e-commerce sites like Amazon, and obviously on Google. And an essential feature that these big sites share is great search. They have many developers working on search full-time, making it fast, forgive typing mistakes, or even answer natural questions such as, who won the World Cup? But building search is actually hard. Very few sites can have a dedicated team to build and maintain it. And this is why, unfortunately, many sites and apps have mediocre search. However, because people spend all their time on YouTube and Amazon and Google, they expect the same quality everywhere. They don't know that search is hard. All they know is whether it works or not. Really great search starts with two principles: immediate feedback and relevant results. Typing in a search box is a conversation. It's organic, it's messy, you mistype, you start over, etc. You need immediate feedback to know if you're going in the right direction. And the more delay you experience, the more frustrating it feels, and the more likely you are to give up. You also expect search to be excellent at understanding your intent, even when you misspell or forget words. Like if you type Rihanna wrong and you put the H I don't know where, you still want to find her, right? So, and you know, that's the thing. You don't have time to learn how this specific search on that specific site works. Like the machine needs to understand you. So this is all like what Algolia provides. You type a search query, but instead of hitting your database or some custom infra, it queries the Algolia search API, which returns the best results in a few milliseconds. So this here is an example of the Tailwind CSS documentation with their Algolia-powered search. That's sleek. But let's look at a Remix example. So this is a Remix site that I bootstrapped with the Remix Indie stack. So we get a SQLite database, we have a Prisma ORM, we have cookie-based auth, and also, obviously, it uses Algolia to power its search and discovery experience. When you click the search field, you get a search model with a rich as-you-type experience. And it produces immediate feedback with a near zero latency, relevant information to help me pick the right results with that nice little preview panel, and also quick access, because when I find what I want, I can just hit enter, and it plays the next episode. With Algolia, one thing to know is that all searches happen client-side. Every keystroke triggers a network request. So the engine is optimized for receiving many search queries in a short time span and delivering instant results. No need to debounce. Like, you don't debounce with Algolia. So you get a delightful experience that answers faster than you can even think. And when I don't find what I need in the model, I can navigate to a more exhaustive search page. So here I type Tarantino, but this is not what I'm looking for, so I can just go all results for Tarantino. And what I will get is more screen real estate. I have infinite scrolling, so I can browse through everything. Like, I see everything go to the bottom. But I also have filters, so I can drill down and refine my search. And yeah, that was 4 rooms. That's exactly what I was looking for. So this experience uses 2 Algolia UI libraries, autocomplete and React instant search hooks. So this is the code here that you see of the search model, and it uses autocomplete. And this is the search page that you just saw, which uses React instant search hooks. These libraries, plus the Algolia search client for JavaScript, handle the heavy lifting of building search UIs. All right, this search is nice. It's probably better than most search that you see online. But it's not exceptional. This is not what I, or most of my coworkers, would call outstanding. So let's see how we can get there with some help from Remix and Algolia. So let's go back to the principles of really great search. The first thing we established is that the user needs immediate feedback. So Algolia is known for speed. You just saw how search results appear instantly when you type, right? All right. But what happens when the network is slow? How good is it that Algolia can return like search results in milliseconds if you're on the subway? And it takes forever to even send a network request. So the Remix team often says that they keep a close eye on the network tab to control the quality of the user experience. I believe this is also an excellent way to understand client-side search and identify potential bottlenecks. So let's load the search page that you just saw. We're gonna add the search query in the URL, so we pre-fill it with some data. So the browser first loads, like you just saw here, the browser first loads the HTML page, right? And this loads the assets. So our search code is somewhere in those JavaScript chunks, right? So the browser needs to load them, parse them, then execute them before any search query can trigger. So this is what you see at the end. Like, this is the network request to Algolia. It only happened there because we had to download all that JavaScript. Now, this was recorded on a pretty fast network, so this was barely visible when we loaded the page. Let's repeat the experience with a throttle network, let's say slow 3G. I hope you feel comfortable with silence. All right, this is embarrassing. This is slow. This is excruciating. Okay. Finally, we have arrived. So same dependencies, they're loading in the same order, but now it's like you're seeing it in slow motion, right? And see that red line here, that's the request to Algolia. It even timed out because of the latency. So fortunately, we have the search client that retried this query transparently, right? Like after 1 second, it retried. But the overhead adds up. And all this time, you have your user who's waiting around like this, waiting for something, looking at a blank screen for a good 15 seconds. That's not acceptable. But this is a pretty good representation of what most sites feel like on the subway, on public Wi-Fis, in conference Wi-Fi, or in places without high-speed broadband internet, you know? And nobody in that situation cares that your search is fast when the internet is good. Like, you know, for them, your search is broken. And they're actually right. There is no right version of your website. There are many versions of your website, and they're all right. So let's analyze the network tab. Right now, the user needs to download a lot of bytes to get the search functionality. First, they have a small empty HTML page, right? But then they have a ton of JavaScript. You have React, Remix, React instant search hooks, autocomplete, and your custom code, and whatever crazy libraries you're downloading, right? all these bytes are really expensive on a limited connection. What we are aiming for is graceful degradation. We want to keep our great search, but we also want to fall back on an experience that delivers essential content and functionality when we are in a less optimal setting. The priority for users on slow internet is to get something on that page as quickly as possible. They don't care about as you type. They just want results. How do we do that? Well, we do not control the user's internet speed, right? But the one thing that does not change is your server speed. And this is where Remix helps us, because Remix can run your code on the server, meaning that it can handle some of the work ahead of time instead of doing everything on the client. So think like loading, but also CPU, all that can be done on a machine that's likely faster than a budget phone. So to do this, you implement a loader. This loader is a function on the route that you want to render on the server. And Remix is going to fetch this data, provide it to the route, render it as HTML, and ship that whole thing pre-rendered to the client. On Algolia's side, we have React Instant Search hooks, which provides server-side APIs. So we can fetch a first set of search results on the server and provide it to Instant Search. So the user gets a pre-rendered search page with results without having to wait for an initial client-side request. All right, let's stitch all that together. So in a loader function, we use getServerState, and that's going to compute the initial search state. See, so we pass it the search component in which we have all our instant search code. So we mount it in here, it's going to execute it and then walk the index to find all the things that it needs to grab the server state, right? Notice that we pass it the URL that we grab from the request, so we're going to forward any query parameters that might be there. So the Q equals Tarantino, for example. Then in the route component, we initialize instant search with the server state thanks to instant search SSR provider. And when you request the page as a user, the server is going to render it all into HTML and send that to the browser. So you get search results even before loading any JavaScript. Let's test it out. Side-by-side comparison on slow 3G. And 5 seconds. With SSR, we've divided loading time by 3. It's not even finished fetching without the SSR. Oh, finally. So within 5 seconds, realize that users on limited internet can view search results for their query instead of waiting around for JavaScript features that are never going to be optimal for them anyway. And notice now, when you look at the network tab, the document is a bit bigger. Obviously, we are pre-rendering a bit more HTML. But I don't know if you remember how much time it took to load before. It was 2.07, and now it's 2.77. So 07 is the delta here. And right away, you get results. HTML has just become your only bottleneck. Let that sink in. And this will always be a much better experience than a blank page and waiting for over 140 kilobytes of asset loading and parsing and execution and a client-side network round trip. And everyone benefits from it. Like, let's go to a fast connection. Here, when you use, you're on fast connection and you do the same thing, boom, there's no longer a blank flash without results, blue page with nothing in it. So the experience feels faster, perceived performance. And once the page is loaded, Algolia's client-side search takes over, right? So the users can benefit from instant as-you-type speed. They get the best of both worlds. They have great first paint, and then they have immediate as-you-type results. Beautiful. Now that we've taken care of speed, let's look at relevance. Algolia provides excellent relevance out of the box. It's typo tolerant, it supports synonyms, You can provide custom ranking based on business metrics like popularity, number of sales, whatever, and a lot more cool stuff. Honestly, I don't have enough time in that whole conference to tell you all about the algolia relevance, unless you want to come see me and we can talk all about that. So as soon as you type something, you're guaranteed to get results that make sense. Okay. But what if you did not type anything yet? How can we show relevant results when there's nothing to relate the data to? So right now you're probably thinking, well, it's search, like of course you're going to type something. Well, let's look at the search model. So when you start typing, the autocomplete shows relevant results and this nice preview, so I understand why I have those results. Now, let's clear the query. Before there is a query, you also get results, right? But they don't seem to be related to anything. There's no query. I see the results for, okay. And this is actually the custom ranking of the algolia index, right? This is the last ranking criterion of the formula. And since there is no query, right now it's sorting the items by popularity. So this is basically the most popular shows. This is not terrible, but it feels pretty random. Like, to me, as a logged-in user, I don't know about Moon Knight. I don't know about you, but I don't know what it is. We can do a lot better than that. We could choose to display nothing at all when there's no query. Like, no query, we just don't display results. But I think it kind of sucks, you know? This is clearly a missed opportunity to inspire users and help them discover things that they might like. Like, search does not exist in a vacuum, right? We are in a real site here. We have authentication. We have a logged-in user. We have access to interesting data. And while we cannot see the future, we can look into the past for inspiration. For example, we can check the database and look for the shows that the logged-in users watch several times. Apparently, this one likes Stranger Things. We also know that Stranger Things has a new season coming up. And you know that user is probably interested in that, so maybe we can let them know. So with Remix and the Indie stack, I can grab this data really easily from my SQLite database with a Prisma ORM and provide it to my front end. So all it takes is using the loader and a custom hook so I can expose this to everywhere in my application, in my front end. And autocomplete on its end accepts any source, right? It doesn't only accept algolia source. So I can take this data and set it as a static source, right? And the sources API exposes this get sources function. So what I can do is early return our new source to only show it when the query is empty. Now, when opening the search, I get relevant information even before I express any intent. And oh, apparently, I like The Crown too, and it's coming up this year, so I'm really happy. And you know, it's not available yet, but I can say, okay, remind me about that. I can know when it's gonna happen, so I get useful information from that. So if I came here looking for something specific, I can just disregard that and start typing. I'm already focused, I don't care. But if I came here to browse, I get interesting information based on my interactions history. So the site cares about me. And this here is the most relevant data for this situation. And what I love about that is it really pushes us further than just search. Like, I type a query, I get a search. We are enabling discovery by surfacing interesting data out of tens of thousands of possibilities. And because we are computing this data on the server, the experience is immediate, you know? These suggestions, they do not depend on user input. They do not need to be real time, right? So it makes no sense to store them in Algolia or fetching them client side. So I can just grab them in the loader. This way, the dates are going to be accurate, but then I'm good. And this way, when opening the modal, the data is already here. So there's no spinner, there's no client-side request that responds with way more data than I need. The data is here, almost for free. All I pay is the work on the client and the little extra HTML. Now, there are many things that we could leverage to refine this experience further. Many browser APIs, many services. I'm a nerd, I would love to do that. But you know, what matters here is that the tech we use is only a springboard for user experience. And this is by putting UX first, not technology, that we truly improve the app. Algolia itself does not make your search extraordinary. Remix by itself will not make your site incredible, but they give you a head start. Because now you do not have to build your own framework. You do not have to reinvent search. You do not have to read this over-optimistic blog post telling you that you can turn Redis into a search engine. Or listen to 5 podcast episodes to understand the difference between CSR and SSR and SSG and ISR and DPR and God knows what. You can claim all this time back and mobilize it on where you can truly make a difference. You now have an opportunity to build something exceptional. So you can find this demo by flashing this code or go on that link. I want to give a big shout out to my team. We are front-end experiences at Algolia. Software engineering is a team sport, right? It is easy for me to come on stage, you know, and show you all that, but it takes a village to build something like that. So shout out to my team, and thank you.
Sarah, I love hearing you talk. You made search seem so exciting. So thank you so much for that. Before we kick off our final talk for the day, I have one announcement that I want to make. I have to read this to make sure I get it right. So NX had an Ember mug what's the word? Well, they had raffle. Thank you. Who said that? Thank you. A raffle. And they want me to announce the winners. So they have 4 winners for the mug, and they are Erik Rasmussen. I hope that I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Yeah! Austin Krim, Logan Rich. I hope I'm saying your name correctly. And the last person is Felipe Fritag. Really sorry if I mispronounced your names, but you 4 won a mug, so you can get it at the NX booth outside. So yeah, that's the announcement that I wanted to share with everyone. But I'm not going to hold up our conference anymore. Things are moving along pretty quickly and smoothly, so I want to invite Dennis to the stage now, and he's going to talk to us about switching to Remix at Neighbor.
Okay. I'm really grateful for that walk-on music. I have always been asked, like, whoa, what song would you choose? And now I didn't have to. So my name's Dennis Beatty. I am originally from Texas, from San Antonio, 93 minutes away from Robb Elementary. And my family owns a business in Uvalde, and my wife is a teacher. And so yesterday's shooting has really affected me, and I did not sleep last night. And so I apologize if I'm a little all over the place, but I moved here to Utah in 2009, and I live 30 minutes away from here right now. So if anybody has questions about restaurant recommendations, anything like that, please, I'm more than happy to recommend. But after I graduated from college here, I went to work at a company called Podium, and I was there for 5 years. I was primarily a back-end engineer. And so my experience with Remix might be a little bit different from a lot of kind of the JavaScript community that has come to find Remix, because I found it more from a systems engineering perspective. And so this talk is going to be very much from kind of a high level, and so we're not going to get too much into code or anything like that. But after I was at Podium for 5 years, I joined a company called Neighbor, and that's what I'm going to be talking about today. I actually left Neighbor a month ago, which is a little bit awkward, but they were very happy to have me continue to speak. They provided a lot of the screenshots here. I'm still on very good terms with all of them, so if anybody's interested in like working there or anything like that, I'm happy to refer. But just know I'm a month behind, so I might not be completely current with all of my information. So one of the founders of Neighbor, when he was traveling down to Paraguay, he left his stuff in a storage unit. And as he was traveling to the airport, he passed a ton of houses, and he was like, well, there's all these houses. What if I could just store my things instead of with a storage unit with one of these people? They could make some extra cash. I could save some money. And that's kind of how Neighbor was born. They raised VC money here in Utah and have since raised more from Andreessen Horowitz and other Bay Area investors. You might have seen billboards on the I-15 if you drove here, but I'm guessing most of you flew. But their original application was built by a dev shop. So it had a Rails backend, React front end. In order to grow Neighbor, the original focus was on using that VC money to purchase ads. If you've ever searched for something on Google, this might look pretty familiar. Notice how much I had to zoom out the page to be able to get any like organic search results there. But Neighbor, if you search for car storage near me, typically we are going to have an ad on that page. And that's great. But in order to build a more sustainable business and lower customer acquisition costs, we wanted to turn more towards SEO. And so you'll see we also have the top organic result for that query. And that was done by building what we call dynamic landing pages. So these pages are fairly similar to what you might see on like Airbnb, where you will be able to see kind of some of the keywords that you might search for. You'll see a map that shows where different storage listings are located. You'll see pictures of some of those listings. And then at the bottom of the page, not pictured in this screenshot, there's also more information about the storage type. We support like car storage, RV storage, boat storage, etc. About the area and about Neighbor, so that all of those things will be indexed by Google to be able to help customers find us. And so we have over 90,000 of these pages that are indexed. And each of those also links to other cities within 100 miles. And so it kind of creates this network of these dynamic landing pages that Google crawls. Well, here's the problem. Google does not love your client-side rendered React. If you search for React SEO, the top Google results are all going to recommend using Gatsby or Next to do server-side rendering. Now, Google says that they will crawl your client-side rendered pages, and we have seen that. But we also saw that when we switched to static pages, with no other changes to the site, our rankings within Google increased dramatically. And so this was originally done using a kind of a custom-built system for pre-rendering. We had Puppeteer would scrape the client-side rendered pages, generate the static HTML for that page, and then store it in S3. And so for those 90,000 pages that we had indexed, we were doing this every 24 hours and generating those pages. And then we used Nginx in front of our React app. So whenever a request comes in, it would hit Nginx. Nginx would check S3 and say, hey, do we have a static page for this? If so, it would serve it from S3. Otherwise, it would serve our client-side rendered React app. And so this worked really well for Google. We saw our rankings increase. Because the speed increased. The user experience of the site was better because it loaded faster. But the problem is we had to create a lot of custom code to make this work. On top of all the pre-rendering logic, we also had to have custom logic to add back in any dynamic features to our static HTML. And so we were maintaining the same functionality in two places, and it became a huge pain to manage. And so after I joined the company, we started talking more about server-side rendering. And so this would potentially allow us to not have to render those pages every day. It would potentially allow us to have much faster response times and not have as much maintenance burden. And so I looked at different solutions for doing this. At the same time as we were moving from client-side rendered React to an alternate front end, we were also moving our Rails backend to use Go microservices. And so one of the solutions that we considered was actually using Go to render these pages. The one issue with this is we really wanted to keep our React code. And so there is a library written in Go that will render React code to HTML. But we kind of came back to the idea that we were trying to get rid of a lot of our maintenance burden. And we didn't want to have to basically maintain our own framework. I think that would have been terrible. Another option we looked at was Quick. Quick has, I feel like, become a lot more prominent in the last month or two specifically. I was looking at these options about 4 months ago. And so things have changed a little bit. You might want to look into this more if you're making this decision now. But at the time, what I was seeing from Quick was that they were very focused on performance, which was great. They seemed to be a very, very performant solution, very fast. The issue that I saw was that the developer experience was not as good. Their documentation was not as complete, and there weren't as many examples of how you might build something with Quick. And one thing about Neighbor is we hire a lot of interns. And so we wanted the developer experience to be really solid so that those interns would be able to hit the ground running. We also looked at Next. And Next is definitely the mature and proven solution in the space. I really liked that they can do static site generation, client-side rendering, and server-side rendering all in the same code base. I think that that's awesome. And so we probably could have moved our code from our Create React App code base into Next quite a bit more easily. The main issue that we had with Next was that as I was spending time learning the framework, their documentation is very focused on static site generation. And for our particular use case, that's not what we were interested in. They do work with server-side rendering, and I presume work well with it, but that's not what their documentation is focused on. And so that's kind of how we came to Remix. At the time, it was kind of this hot new thing. Had barely been open sourced a couple months prior. But one thing that I really loved was the focus on having JavaScript disabled. We've seen several demos of that today. And for having a site that Google will crawl, that was actually perfect. We wanted Google to be able to read our pages without having to run JavaScript to be able to do so. We also really liked that it was focused specifically on server-side rendering. That wasn't going to be any kind of issue trying to figure out how that would work. It was the primary feature. The downside that we saw to Remix at that time, though, was really just its maturity. Like I said, it had only been open sourced 2 or 3 months before. And so we saw that and thought that would probably be a bit of an issue for us. But in the end, I wrote up a decision document, presented it to my manager and to his manager, and we were able to come to the conclusion that Remix was the right decision for us. And if anybody's interested in seeing that decision document, I'm happy to share that with you in person. I don't want to make that public, but yeah. So once we had the decision made, we decided that we wanted to just go ahead and start copying over our React code. And we had hoped that that would be the case, but it definitely was not. Moving logic from the use effect hooks in our components into loader functions was a little bit more difficult than anticipated, especially since we had several nested components that were making network requests. On top of that, we also had a UI component library that we used that it was referencing document and window in this code, and so without making pretty big changes, we weren't able to use that, and so we had to rewrite a lot of our UI components. On top of that, our React code base was using 3 different styling libraries. We had styled components and Sass and Bootstrap utility classes. And so we decided to introduce a 4th and get rid of all of them and use Tailwind. And then on top of that, we had a bunch of dependencies that were out of date. And so in the end, we ended up having to basically rewrite a lot of our code. We were able to kind of copy a lot of the structure, but the code needed to change. And one other thing was cookies. We had been putting our auth tokens in localhost, and that worked great for React, but the server can't read localhost. Sorry, not localhost, local storage. And so we had to make that switch as well. However, that was actually a good thing. We were able to switch to using HTTP only and secure cookies, which made it so that we have stronger security now too. One downside I will admit was that we weren't able to use the Remix cookie helpers because our server stuff had its own method of dealing with cookies. We had to just kind of write our own stuff. And so it would have been kind of nice if those were a little more generic, but that wasn't a huge deal. One really nice thing is that we already had Nginx in front of our React app. And so kind of like what Jon was showing earlier with incrementally adding Remix into your site, we were able to just use Nginx to only route to Remix when you were hitting those dynamic landing pages. And so we used a rule that looked like this. If you're interested in the code, I mean, it's not super difficult, so I didn't think it was that important. But you'll just notice that we were passing through the locations path was where those dynamic landing pages were located. And so anything that was on the locations path, we would just proxy through to the Remix server. 2 things to keep in mind: make sure you also proxy through the build directory, or else your JavaScript's not going to work. And also make sure that you're also proxying through the query string at the end of the URL, or else your JSON loading will not work. Found those out the hard way, so that was fun. And then let's talk hydration. Hydration can be a little bit awkward. Third-party scripts in general, I feel like are still a little bit awkward with Remix. That said, if you have any third-party scripts that manipulate the DOM, especially before hydration happens, that can cause some fun issues. We were seeing things getting rendered on parts of the screen where they weren't supposed to be. And customers were reporting that before we noticed. And so if you can avoid Google Tag Manager, I highly recommend it. Your marketing team might hate you, but it's kind of a pain. So, and lazy load whatever you can. Any third-party scripts that can be loaded after the hydration has happened, it'll save you a world of hurt. So shout out to webpage test and Henri, but this was kind of a demonstration of what our pages looked like after we made that migration. So on the left, you have our old React rendered page. In the middle is our pre-rendered pages that we'd been pre-rendering. And then on the far right is our Remix pages, which you'll see were just slightly slower than the static HTML pages, which is to be expected. But we were able to get a 7x increase over our React pages. And so the performance benefits alone were huge for us. That said, we did see that there was a little bit of inconsistency there. So this is really hard to see, I'm sure. But the scale on the bottom goes up to 2.5 minutes, which is kind of sad. Most of our requests were returning within a half a second. But we had some requests that were taking as long as 2.5 minutes. And we still don't completely understand what was going on, what is going on. So this is after I added Datadog to our Remix servers to try and understand what was happening. This is kind of a flame graph showing what was happening on each of those requests. We make 4 to 5 network requests for every page load. And we try to do those in parallel. But one of the things we were noticing is that the TCP connections were taking up to a second to establish connection. And we still have not figured out why. That might have something to do with the fact that we deployed a Heroku and don't have a ton of control over our network stack. But if anybody has any ideas on this, I would love to talk to you and hear any theories. That said, all we ended up doing is just moving that and caching all of those requests in Redis, which luckily for the type of page we were working with worked really well. So we were able to get most of those under 100, 200 milliseconds. That said, that only works after your first request. And so, well, I'll get to this in a minute. Another issue we saw with Remix is that it can be really hard to find answers to issues that you have. The Remix IDE for Ethereum, probably great. I've never used it, but I've seen it a lot in the Google search results. But on top of that, most of the best content still seems to be locked behind Discord. I love Discord for community, for chat, but it's really hard to search. And it's hard to find what you're looking for in the search. And so one other thing that I would love to see more in the Remix community is more blog posts and more content that Google can find, just to make it easier to kind of find answers for those issues. So I've talked about some negatives, but I do want to say that overall, the experience has been very positive. In addition to the performance gains, we've also seen that our team became a lot more aware of our network requests. Rather than just kind of being able to just throw in more network requests into the front end and not thinking about that. Of course, none of us have ever done that with React before. But we became a lot more aware of exactly what we were doing on our back end. We started to think a lot more about how will each piece that we add affect the user experience. And that has been a really big positive for us. Another thing is the developer experience. This was mentioned before too, but the Remix builds are so much faster than a Webpack build. We were waiting 4 minutes to be able to spin up our development server, and now we can do that in seconds. So in terms of next steps, like I mentioned, we've been having those networking issues. We're planning on moving this all to AWS. That might have already happened, but I'm not sure. And so Heroku is great for deploying kind of a first version, but we've moved all of our microservices to AWS, and so we're hoping to do the same with Remix. The other one that we're looking at is pre-warming our cache. So making it so that everything will be in Redis from the first request. And we can do that now by just hitting the endpoint instead of having to build a bunch of extra logic to do scraping and store in S3, because now it'll just store in Redis and we'll be good to go. So not taking questions, but if you have any, feel free to scan the QR code that leads to my Twitter. If you have any questions, if you have any thoughts about the issue we were seeing, I would absolutely love to hear from you. Happy to give restaurant recommendations, anything like that. But thanks to the organizers for putting this all together. Thanks to all of you for your time listening. So we'll see you.
Wow, the
The conference is over. I can't believe it. That was our last talk. I think we owe everyone here a really big, long round of applause, right? I think aside from learning a ton about Remix and how awesome it is, I think the thing that I'm going to walk away with thinking about the most is performance, accessibility, and user experience, which I think is really great. Another thing I wanted to mention too is that I am very happy that I got to attend this event because to me it just emphasizes the importance of not only building great technology, building great applications and products and projects and all that kind of great stuff, but also the importance of community, right? Like this is what this is all about. So very happy that I got to experience this with you all. Thanks to the Remix team for having me as the MC. I've had a, thank you. Thanks. Yeah. This has truly been a wonderful experience. I hope everyone here had as much fun as I did. I hope everyone learned as much as I did. One thing I want to just remind everyone, the event is not completely over yet. The conference is over, but there is going to be an after party starting at 7. Starting at 7 here. And of course, we and the Remix team and everyone would love to see you. There's going to be a chance to have some fun with the people here and make friends and all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, one more time, just a round of applause for the Remix team, for the speakers, for the AV team, for the captionists, for the attendees. Like, I think we just need to express our thanks in a really big way one more time. And the last thing I want to leave off with saying, I mentioned it this morning, but again, we're all aware of what happened in Texas yesterday. I did leave a couple articles that lead to tangible ways that we can positively impact the victims and their families. There's 2 articles that I listed in, I left links to in the Discord under the conference channel. So please check those out. Try to find ways to help as much as we can so we can help the people who have been impacted by this negatively. So that's all I want to say. Thanks again, everyone. Enjoy the after party, and hopefully I'll see you there.